Hey there and welcome back to Guruji channel. Today we are going to dive into a beautiful React Native application called Community Marketplace where user can sell the old products or user can search the products and buy it. Okay, so this complete application we are going to build from the scratch, and to build this application we are going to use React Native, Expo and the Tailwind CSS. So you will learn how to use Tailwind CSS inside the Expo. Also for the backend we are going to use Firebase to store all of our data. So let's walk through the application first and then we'll start building this application. So if you see on this application, obviously we are going to authenticate with the help of clerk. So let's get started and log in with this beautiful social authentication. So you will learn how we can integrate the social authentication inside this beautiful React Native application. So once you authenticate to this application, you will get redirected to the home screen. And if you jump on this beautiful home screen where you will see the user profile image along with the username who log into this particular application. Then you have this beautiful search bar and then you have this beautiful slider. Okay, so we will learn how can we add this beautiful horizontal slider with the help of flat list. Not only this, but you will see the beautiful category which we added. Okay, and obviously if you see all the measurement of this category is equal. Okay, and with the help of flat list I'm gonna teach you everything in this particular course, guys. Okay, also you will see all the latest item posted by the user, and here you will see all the information about this title of this particular product, then the cost of this particular product and in which category this product is added. Okay, then you can explore this particular category. If I open the furniture, for example, this particular category, you will see the post belong to only that category. Okay, now if you want to see the details of any of this particular product, you can open it and boom, you will see all the details about this product including the description. Then you have the beautiful title, category. Not only this, but you have the user who posted this particular product. Okay, now you have option to send a message as well, guys. Okay, so you will directly send message to that user. Also you have option to share it with your friends. If I click on this one, you have option to share it with your all the social media options. Okay, so you can even share any of the product from this particular list of products. Then you can explore more products. Okay, independent of the category. So if you see, we have the tables, we have the shoes, we have the car to sell, and all of this you will find inside the explore tab. So you will learn with the help of React navigation library, you will learn how we can add this beautiful tab navigation. Okay, and then also you will learn a different type of navigation called tab navigation, stack navigation, and how can we integrate and use it in our application seamlessly. Next, the very important part is to add a post. Okay, here not only you can just add a description or form, but you can even pick an image from the library. If I click on this one, and if you see, you will get option to pick any of the images, guys. Okay, now if you have option to edit this image, you can crop this image, depends on your requirements. You can rotate this image according to your need. Okay, now once you crop it, you will see this beautiful thumbnail once you select this image. So you will get to know which image you selected. Then you have option to add a title, description, price, and you will see how can we avoid this keyboard view so that you can even scroll this form. Okay, now you have option to select this drop down categories as well. Okay, so you can select the category whichever you want and then click submit. So that also we're gonna learn how with the help of Formik we implement this form. Okay, next moving forward to this profile section, how beautifully designed with profile section with the user profile detail along with the profile image, name and email. Then you have option for the my products. Okay, where you can manage your posted products. Okay, if I go to this product and then once we open this product, you will see to delete this product as well. Okay, if you want to delete this product, it will ask you before delete this product. Okay, once you confirm, then only the product will get deleted. Okay, So that will also you will gonna learn. And you can open this your product from anywhere. You will see this delete option. So that kind of integration we gonna do it. Okay, then you can obviously even log out from the application. You can even search, explore the all the latest product, or you can jump it to the external URL. Everything you gonna learn in this particular course. And this course, obviously I say, is completely free, and the source code is also available, which the link is in the description. So guys, before moving forward, let's subscribe to my channel if you did not subscribe, and then hit notification bell icon so you will get a latest update from me. Also, if you really like this video, press like button. And before doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this beautiful application. But before that, let me tell you one more thing, that for a backend to store the data, we are gonna use Firebase. Okay, because Firebase is completely free and very easy to use. And if you are a beginner, then I will definitely suggest to use Firebase. So with the help of Firebase, you will learn how we can store all our application data very easily, and how to display it, how to manage, how to manipulate that data with the help of Firebase and the React Native. So guys, let's begin to develop this beautiful application. In order to create a React Native project, we are going to use this Expo build tool. So Expo build tool is very easy to use, and for beginner, it's very helpful to build a React Native application. So many of the people will ask why not and React Native CLI. Okay, so Expo build will take care of a lot of things. Okay, a lot of configuration, also from the starting from the deployment until deployment, everything Expo will taking care of. That inside the React Native CLI, you have to do a lot of configuration, and for the beginner, I will definitely suggest the Expo only, okay, not the React Native CLI. So don't worry, if you later on want to convert your Expo application to the CLI, you can do that, and I'm gonna tell you at the end of this course how to do it. Okay, but before that, let's learn it how to create a React Native application with the help of this Expo. So if you go to this expo.dev, you will find you will launch on this particular website, which is official website for the Expo. And with the help of this Expo, you will create application. Okay, and if you scroll down here, you have few steps to create application, and almost all this React Native functionality you can implement with this Expo. Okay, so let's go to this read docs. Okay, and here this is the command to create the Expo application. Okay, so just copy this command, go back to a project where you want to create a React Native application, and there you can open the terminal. Let me increase the size, and then here just paste the command. Okay, enter it. Now it will ask you to the project name, so we'll give the project name like community marketplace. Okay, click enter. Now it will install all the dependency which is required for our application. So we will wait for a few seconds, and if you see, our project is ready now. Okay, now let's close this window and open a VS Code. Now inside the VS Code, locate the folder where you created this particular project. So let's open the folder. So in this case is in my projects, React Native, and then community marketplace, and open it. So now on the left hand side, you will see all the files and folders which is created by that particular line of command which we just created this application. Okay, and now let me walk through this each of this folder. So first is assets folder, where we are will store all our images. If you see, it store icon, splash image, and lot of things. Then we have the node module. So what are the dependency, what are the library which we install inside this particular application, that all the packages inside this node module, we will not touch to this particular folder. Okay, inside the app.js, we have, this is the starting point of our application, and whenever we start application, okay, this app.js will trigger first, and then subsequently our other component as well. Okay, so obviously once we run the application, you will get to know. Then we have this app.json, where all the configuration related to your application package will be here. For example, we have the name of the application, the slug name, the version of the particular application, right? Once you export the APK file, obviously every time when you are publishing the APK or .aab file, you need to update this version. Okay, then the flash screen with flash screen path. Then we have the orientation, whether this application is a portrait or a landscape. Then this is the configuration for iOS, Android, and even though you can run it on the web as well. Okay, then we have this package log.json and package.json, where it contains the script to run the application. The dependency, it means what are the library it installed for this particular project, and the dev dependency as well. Now git ignore is basically used when you are pushing this code to the GitLab, right? Which file you don't want to push and which file you want to keep it on your local only, so that you can mention it here. Okay, now there are two ways that you can run this application. Okay, the first and easiest way is to go to this Expo. Let me go to this Expo Go. Okay, so Expo Go is the mobile application, okay, and which is available for the iOS and the Android as well. Okay, so you can go ahead and download it. Okay, make sure you have an Expo account. Okay, so here you can sign up for the account or log in if you are already there. Okay, and then once you have this particular application installed on your actual device, okay, and you are in the same network where you are running your application, then you will see your application over here, or you can just scan the QR from the console panel once we run the application. Okay, I will let you know how to do it, but make sure you will install this Expo Go application if you want to test on actual device, or else the second method is to use with the help of Android emulator or iOS emulator if you have a iOS device. Okay, but in this case I'm going to use Android Studio. So just install this Android Studio, and once you have this Android Studio, if you see we have this three dot here. Okay, go here and click on this SDK manager. Once you are open this SDK manager, you have to make sure one of the APIs is installed. So in this case I am installed this API 34. Then go to the SDK tool, and inside the SDK tool you have to make sure you have installed Android SDK build tool along with the Android emulator and the platform tools. Okay, this is very important, and that's all, because this SDK update site already there. Okay, and make sure to apply the changes and click OK. Again, go back here and click on virtual device manager. Here you can create a new device. Okay, so just click on this create device, and here you will find some option to configure your device. For example, which type of phone you want to use, you can select the type of phone, then you can select the what type of operating system you want, and so on. Okay, and then click OK and finish. Once you finish it, you will find the mobile device name over here along with the API, the size of the disk, and here you have play button. Okay, so click on this play button and it will launch the emulator for you. Okay, so if you see right now it's getting started, it's getting launched, and we'll wait on. If you see, our beautiful Android device emulator is launched with the help of Android Studio. Okay, now if you see, I have already installed this Expo Go application, but don't worry, when we run this emulator first time, okay, you might don't have this Expo Go application, but once you run this your Expo application, whichever React Native application, then it automatically install the Expo Go app inside your device. Okay, the emulator device. Or you have another step that you can install it from this Play Store as well. Okay, it's not big deal. Go to the Play Store on a emulator, and then from there you can install it. Now let's go to here, click terminal and click new terminal. Once terminal is open, you just need to type npx expo or run. Okay, or maybe you can go ahead and you will find this command here. Okay, so it's npm expo start, actually npm expo start. Okay, and once you enter it, it will, if you see right, it started the application. Not only this, but you will see this QR code. Okay, now you can scan the QR code with your actual device as well in order to run the application. Okay, and if you see, this is running on this particular port, and in order to run it or open it inside the Android emulator or iOS emulator, you have to press the respective buttons. Okay, so in this case, obviously we are running on Android emulator, so let's press A. Okay, and if you see right now, it's saying opening on Android. Okay, now it's saying that you need to upgrade the Expo Go app, so I will say yes. So it will just installing the latest version of the application. Okay, so we'll wait to complete this new updation of this Expo Go app. and if you see, it's installing right now. So as I say, right, you don't need to worry about to install it as well, and boom, it open our application. Okay, so let's it's still up in progress, and boom, if you see on the page, you will have this beautiful text written, and here we have to say continue. Now this is the quick tool in order to open or reload, or you can go back to a home page as well. Okay, if you want to reload, you just type or click on this reload button. Okay, right now we'll close this one, and if you see on the screen, it's saying open up app.js to start working on the app. Okay, now let me bring our emulator like this on the side by side so I can easily explain. Now, as I say very beginning, that app.js is our starting point of our application. Okay, and here if you see, it's simply written open app.js to start working on. Okay, if I remove or clean this one, and if I change it to subscribe to tube Guruji, you guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. And if you save this one, instantly it change it here, see. Okay, and you don't need to do anything right now. If you see on this particular return statement, we have this view in the sense kind of whatever you are seeing on the screen, it will contain inside the view. Then we display simple text, and this status bar is auto. If I remove this one, it will show like this, see. If I keep it, see. Okay, then we applied this beautiful style sheet for this particular view. Okay, so with the help of this is called external styling. Okay, and because we define the styling externally or out of this particular function. Okay, and then we just refer it to our view, and then we have this container with some CSS styling. If I remove this two line of code, if I save it, and if you see right now, it going to this top of the subscribe to Guruji, because this two line we using to make the align call the content in the center. Okay, so that's the reason. So guys, this is how you can run your application. You can set up the emulator and you can create your application. So I hope you understand how to create an Expo React Native application with the help of obviously Expo build tool. Then you will learn how to set up the Android emulator so that you can run your application very first time. So guys, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Otherwise, we can move to the next section. So guys, I am using this eraser application for my all the documentation and the diagram purpose throughout that particular this course. Okay, so if you did not know about this eraser application, let me tell you about this one. So the eraser app is one of the best application in the market right now for your doing the documentation in one side and drawing the diagram on the right side. It's a combination of the both. Okay, or you can do the nodes, or you can do the canvas, or you can do the both at a time. Okay, very interesting. It's completely free, guys, so just join it. The link is in the description, and it's very easy to use. As I say, I'm going to use in our particular course. Okay, so even as you know that we already completed this creating the application and setting the emulator, and also we run the application. Now our main focus is to integrate the Tailwind CSS inside our React Native application, and then we'll see the quick example of it. Okay, so in order to integrate the Tailwind CSS, we're gonna use this native wind. Okay, this is the library to help us to integrate the Tailwind CSS inside the React Native. And if I go here, right, and it's very easy to integrate, and obviously I'm going to walk through step by step. Okay, on the left hand side you will see the quick start guide. Okay, and as you know that we are using Expo, so click on Expo, and here you will find to run or to install this library. Okay, so first thing, you need to install this native wind. Okay, and as you know that we are using this npm and not a yarn. If you are using yarn, that's fine, you can use this, but as I am using npm, so we'll use npm command. So copy this, add tailwind, go back to your application inside the terminal. Okay, click add a new terminal. Here just write npm, paste this command. Okay, oh sorry, I paste wrong something, let me copy it again. npm, paste this command and enter. Okay, then you have to add another or install another command. Let's copy this one, do npm, paste this command, add tailwind css. Okay, like this, and it will install tailwind css. Now what you have to do, first thing, that you need to run this tailwind initiate. What it will do, it will create a file called tailwind.config.js file. Okay, so let's run this one as well, and that's all. Now if you see inside our project folder, you will see this file called tailwind.config.js, which contains all the configuration related to a tailwind css. Now here you need to add this content. Okay, and I will explain you why. So let me put this over here. So main use of this content, okay, it's just we are telling tailwind css, okay, this particular file or this particular folder we need to apply tailwind css. Okay, that's what is do. Okay, so for example, this is the just app file, and the extension is any of extension from this one, like tsx, tx, jsx, js. Okay, so for that file you have to apply tailwind css. Okay, or same thing, if you have folder, then for that particular folder or all the files inside that folder, just apply tailwind css. Okay, so right now if you see we don't have any folder, so we'll create a new folder called apps. Okay, and inside app we'll create all our files, okay, later on in this particular course. But before that, let's add this apps/apps and this particular path. Okay, so that whatever the files we will create inside the apps folder, we will apply tailwind css to automatically to that one. Okay, and save everything. Now let's go back here, and inside the babel.config.js we need to add this plugin. Okay, so let's go to this one and paste it here. Okay, and that's it, we are done. Okay, and you can test this out. Okay, so if you see, this is the styling we applied, we have right now currently. Okay, so if I go here in apps.js, we have this styling. Let me open our application side by side. Okay, now what I will do, I will comment this code. Okay, and obviously I will remove this style, and if you see, this is the tailwind css class. Okay, so I will just paste this class now over here, and then we'll save it. Okay, let me bring this here. Now here you need to make sure that you will stop the server, so just stop here and restart it again. So if you see, right, I restarted my application, but I'm getting this error, and it's saying that this use process css then cb to work with the async plugin. Okay, this error is because sometimes our tailwind css, the latest version of tailwind css is not stable. Okay, so what you need to do, let me go back here where we installed this particular library called npm add dev tailwind css. Okay, here we'll add the specific version called 3.3.2. okay, very important, make sure you will add this version 3.3.2 and then enter it. Okay, and if you see, now it installed. Now let's go back, let's stop the server and restart it again. And now if you see, it's our classes is applied here. I gave this text size of 14 pixel. Now if you want to give a text of red color, see, you are getting this suggestion as well, right? And save it, and if you see, we got this red color as well. Okay, so it means our tailwind css classes is getting applied successfully. Okay, so I hope you understand how to integrate the tailwind css inside the React Native application. Now throughout this particular course, we are going to use the React Native. So before moving to the next section, I want to tell you two important things. First, we need to install this the extension called ES7 plus React Redux or React Native extension. Okay, this is quite helpful, and I'm gonna tell you where we're gonna use that one. And the second extension called Tailwind CSS snip IntelliSense. Okay, so what it will do, it will give you the suggestion, see, like this. Okay, so when you are typing something, it will give you suggestion. For example, if you see background, if you want background of green color, see, it giving me all the suggestion, and you can select from any of them. See, okay, for example, let's select 400 and save it. That's it. This is how you can apply easily, right? So I hope you understand, and make sure to install the Tailwind CSS and React Native plugin of inside VS Code. Okay, so let's move to the next section. In this section, we are going to implement the authentication part. So obviously we implement this Tailwind CSS in the previous section, and mainly in this section we will focus on creating this login screen and then we'll add this clerk authentication. Okay, so let's go back to our application. Let me open our terminal, and for now I will just clear this text. Okay, and now it will be empty. Also I'm going to remove this justify center and everything and save it. Now inside the app folder I'm gonna add a new folder and we can call it as a screens. Okay, so all the screen, whatever the main screen are there, we'll keep in this particular folder. Now let's add a login screen.jsx file. Okay, and now if you remember that we already installed one extension called Redux React Native, right? Now in order to add a default template, just type rnf, okay, which belong to React Native functional component, enter it, and boom, you will get this beautiful template ready made. Okay, now save this one. Now the question is how to display it on the screen. So in order to display this login screen, right, inside the app.js, here you need to import this particular screen or a component, okay, which is called login screen. So import it. If you see, it's importing from the given path, and just close the tag. Okay, and then save it. And if you see at the top, we'll see this login screen. Okay, so obviously it's showing at the top, it's not visible, but that's fine. Now let's get to this login screen, and here we'll start implementing this login screen. Before that, inside the assets folder I added the images folder, and inside that I added this login image. Okay, so make sure to create a new folder called images, and inside that you can add a new file. So in order to add the image, okay, if you see we have this component called image from this React Native. Okay, close the tag, and in this case, in order to provide the source, we are providing the image from this local, because we store it on in our application only. Okay, so in order to access that, you have to write require, and then you have to give the path. Okay, so in this case is assets slash images slash name of the file along with the extension, like this. Okay, then you have to give the style. Okay, so obviously we can give inline style, but here obviously we have the Tailwind CSS. Okay, so just write class name, and here we'll write width full, height we'll give for example 400 pixel. Now if you see here, I'm giving the height inside the bracket. The reason is I want to give the custom pixel size. Okay, and that's you can give like this. Otherwise the Tailwind CSS have bunch of option. Okay, for example h0, if you see, right, and if you see this belong to, for example h20 is belong to 80 pixel, so kind of thing. Okay, but if you don't know or want to search, you can give the custom size like this. Okay, and save it, and if you see, boom, the beautiful image is displaying on the screen. Okay, so this is how you can display this image. Now here we'll say object cover. Okay, just to make sure that image will not change on different screen size. Next I'm gonna add a new view. Okay, in order to add the other text and all, so inside that I will add a text, and here we'll say community marketplace, like this. Okay, and if you see, name is string. Now for this one I'm gonna add class name. Here we'll add a padding of maybe 20. We'll see how it looks. Oh, padding 20 is too much, padding 10. Perfect. And for this text, let's add a Tailwind CSS class. So for example, let's get text of 30 pixel, and we'll say font bold, like this. Perfect. Next I'm gonna add another text. Let me close this one, and this will be a buy sell marketplace. Okay, marketplace, you can give any name, any description you want, which you want, where you can sell all item and make real money. Okay, something like this. Now obviously you can give some class name, so I will give class name, text of maybe you can get 80 pixel, then we'll give text of slate color 500, and we'll give margin top to 7. maybe 6. Okay, here I will change this font little bit, maybe 35. Okay, perfect. Let's keep as it is for now, we'll see. And we have this beautiful text. Now let's create a button. Okay, so in order to create a button, you have the button tag here. Okay, but it's little bit difficult to customize it. Okay, so what you can do, you can add a view. Inside that you can add a text and you can write get started like this. Okay, and if you see, nothing get changed, it's just a simple text. But now you can apply some styling or classes of Tailwind CSS. For example, if you see padding of 3, then I will say background color of blue 500, something like this. See, okay, we can modify it to look like a button. Okay, now here I will say border or rounded corner. Okay, it has a rounded corner, maybe we can say full like this. Okay, I will change this padding to 4. Then for this one I'm gonna change text of white. See, like this. Okay, we'll make text align center and we'll increase the text size of maybe 18 pixel like this. Okay, now obviously we'll give margin top to 20, something like this. Okay, perfect. And we have this beautiful login page screen is ready. Okay, so right now if you see, this particular button is not pressable or not clickable. Okay, so in order to add the clickable property, right, you can replace this view with the touchable opacity. Okay, so just change to touchable opacity. Okay, so it has a touchable opacity, touchable highlight, you can select any of them. Okay, touchable opacity is the reason is, if you see right here, let me save this one first, you will get this nice effect, the click effect. Okay, and that's the reason I usually use this touchable opacity. Okay, now here you can have property called on blur, on focus, on long press, and lot of things. Obviously we need here on press, and here if you want to console, like console.log sign in. Okay, and then save it. Now if I press this button, see the sign in is printing on the terminal. Okay, so this is how you can add the touchable opacity, and then you can on the press of this button you can add the method later on. Okay, but this is a just simple login page. Okay, obviously you can modify this little bit. I will also do on the I will also modify this one. Okay, just to look much better. Okay, it's up to you how you want to display it on the screen. Okay, and let me tell you one more thing how we can modify. For example, here you can give the background white. Okay, you can give margin a minus. Okay, minus 20 pixel. Okay, so it will go up little bit, and then you can say rounded corner, rounded, only this corner you want to round it, say, right, rounded top, and you can say large. Okay, so it get rounded but that not that much. Let me round it 3x maybe. See, okay, and let me zoom it. See how beautifully it get rounded, and you get immediately beautiful effect like this. Okay, you can add the shadow as well. Okay, or no, obviously shadow is not showing, but that's fine. Okay, here I will again, if I'm possible, let's say full. Full is not that much good. Let me refresh. 3x is fine. Okay, so this is how you can add much more effect, depends on how you are applying the style. Okay, so guys, in next section we gonna add the actual authentication with the help of Google sign in. So let's do that now. In order to add a Google sign-in or any social authentication, we are gonna use a clerk authentication. So clerk is one of the best authentication service provider in the market, and it's a completely free. And if you did not use this clerk before, or if you don't know anything, don't worry, because I'm gonna tell you everything step by step. So first thing, let's create an account if you don't have an account. Okay, and then let's go to this dashboard. Okay, once you are in the dashboard, you will see right now I have a lot of project which I created and use a clerk inside that. So right now we'll create a new project called add application. Here you can give the application name, so we'll say community marketplace. Okay, now you have option here, bunch of option, which of the kind of authentication you want to enable. For example, email address is there, the Google, Facebook, Apple. Even though you have this TikTok, GitLab, and lot of things. Okay, so right now I am going to use Google and email. So create application, and boom, right, your application is ready now. Now these are the environment variable which we need later on. Okay, but before that, now just search for the clerk expo, and you will find this documentation, which is official documentation on clerk only. Okay, so here we have to follow this step by step guide in order to install or integrate the clerk with the expo react native. So first thing, we need to install this clerk expo. So copy this one, go to your terminal, add a new terminal, and paste it here like this. Then we need to set the environment variable. Okay, but we'll skip this step because we'll use directly for now. And then you have to wrap this clerk provider. Okay, so inside the app.js, wrap this like this. Okay, so wrap it like this, clerk provider, and make sure to import this clerk provider from this clerk expo. Okay, now here you need to provide the publisher key, and this publisher key you will find it here. Okay, so yeah, you can go to this API key there as well, you can find this one. Okay, so for now I will just copy this existing one and paste it here. Okay, then after that, our next step is, if you scroll down little bit, is to protect the page. Okay, so if you see, we have this sign in and sign out component. Okay, if user is sign in, we need to show the content which you want to show, and when the sign out, we will obviously show the login screen. So copy this one and just paste it here. Okay, obviously I will remove this login screen. I will put it inside this sign out. So whenever the user is not login, then it will show the sign out page, and once user is login, then it will show the sign in page, or whatever the component or screen we are going to show, we will keep it here. And also we have to make sure we will import this sign in and the sign out. Okay, and then save it. So right now if you see on the screen, it's still showing this login screen. Okay, but obviously we got the error that the file is not exist. Don't worry, we will restart our application, but in meantime we'll complete this installation. Okay, now once you didn't complete this particular step, you need to go to this option called auth login. Okay, the reason is we need to integrate a social authentication. Okay, so that's the reason. So here first thing, we need to create this file called warmup browser. So copy this path. Okay, and here you need to create a file. So what it will do, it will create a folder called hooks, and along with that it will create this file. Okay, let me create this file. Okay, let's find create it here. Okay, I created outside, it means I created in the root directory, and then copy all this content. So copy this one and paste it here. Okay, now if you observe, we have the import statement called web browser. Okay, but inside of packet.json, if I go to this packet.json, we don't have such a library install. Okay, so what you need to do, you need to install this Expo web browser. So let's search this one, and if you see this web browser package, we need to install. Okay, so this is obviously official from this Expo documentation. So copy this command line and then paste it inside your terminal and install. Okay, once it install, obviously you are good to go with this warmup browser. Now the next step is to add this web browser. Okay, reference. So inside the login screen, we need to add like this. Okay, and make sure to import this web browser. Okay, I will just copy this complete statement from here. Okay, this one like this. Okay, next we need to add the sign in method. Okay, oh sorry, this is the method, and obviously we need to add these two lines. So we'll just paste it here. Okay, so what it will do, make sure to import this use warmup browser from this hook which we created, this one. Okay, and then it create a use auth method. Make sure to import this use auth from this clerk expo, and we are telling that we want a Google authentication. Okay, now if you want Facebook, you can do Facebook as well, and we have to implement this particular method called onPress. So here I will implement this onPress method, and everything's look good. Now obviously this onPress method we need to call on the press of this get started button. So I will remove this console and paste it here like this and save it. Now obviously we have the error, so obviously let's stop the server first and rerun it again. Okay, so I will stop here and run it again. Okay, so I will remove from here as well, from background, and run it again. And if you see, the login page is open now, the error is gone, everything's look good. Now let's click get started method. And here if you see, I just log in, okay, with the clerk, with my account, and then click continue. And if you see, it redirect me to this you are sign in, okay, because that's what we return inside the sign in component. So whenever user sign in, it will redirect to this you are sign in page. Okay, so let me bring this down. So I will add the class name, will give margin top to 10 just to visualize. See, okay, it means we are signing, and obviously we successfully sign in with this clerk authentication. Okay, now obviously next what we need to do, we need to implement the home page. Okay, and all other things. Obviously our home page contains different tabs, and obviously we need to implement the navigation system in our application. So we'll see in that in the next section. But if until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. I am happy to help you. And if you face any issue anywhere, you can access my source code as well for free. Okay, so we'll see you in the next section. Now we are going to implement the React navigation in our application. So basically we'll mainly focus on this tab navigation and the stack navigation. Okay, so right now for a tab navigation, we'll build home tab, explore, add post, and the profile tab. Okay, so these three tabs we are going to build with the help of tab navigation. So if you want to integrate the React navigation, this is the library called React Navigation org, and just click read docs. Okay, and here they have step by step points where you can install this React navigation. Okay, so first thing, for the installation of React navigation, copy this command, go to your project, inside the terminal, just paste it here like this. Then if you scroll down, as we are using this Expo managed project, we have to install this particular dependency as well. Okay, and done. Now on the left hand side, if you see, we have option called navigators. Okay, and in that we have the stack navigator, native stack, drawer, bottom tab, and so many. Okay, so right now we want to use bottom tab navigation, so just click on that one. Okay, and this is the latest version. If you see, this is version 6.6, and this is how it looks, the bottom navigation. That's what we are going to implement. Okay, now in order to add the bottom navigation, just install this particular dependency. But you have to make sure that whenever you are adding this navigation, bottom tab navigation, right? But before that, we have to make sure that all of this React navigation dependency is installed. Okay, this is very important. Now once we have this tab navigation, this is the example that how we can use this tab navigation. Okay, let's go back to our project. Now as I say, here we need this four screen, actually the home screen, explore, add, post, and profile. Okay, and that particular screen we will convert it into a tab. So first thing, let's go to this project folder, and inside the apps folder, inside the screen, we'll create a new file called home screen.jsx. Okay, then add the default template and save it. Again we'll create another called explore screen.jsx, add the default template. Another screen, we'll call it as a add post screen.jsx, add the default template, and the last is profile screen.jsx. Okay, default template for that one as well. Now all our screens are ready. Now inside the app folder, we create another folder called navigations. Okay, so all the navigation like tab navigation, or any home screen navigation, stack navigation, we'll keep inside of one folder. Okay, for the organization purpose. So let's create a new file here, and we can call it as a tab navigation.jsx. Okay, now add the default template and save it. Now inside this tab navigation, very first thing we need to add or to define the reference of the tab. Okay, so here we will say create tab navigation. Okay, so we are not getting the suggestion, don't worry, we'll copy it from here. Okay, so this create bottom tab navigator we need to add. Okay, and then you have to import this bottom navigator. Okay, so let's import this particular statement like this. Okay, perfect. Now let me clean this out, and here we will add the tab dot navigator, and inside this tab navigator we need to add the screens. So we will say tab dot screen. Okay, and inside that we have to provide the name, which can be a name of the route. Okay, which is the name of the route, we'll say home for example. Then we have to give the component, which component you want to attach. So in this case is a home screen component like this. Okay, and save it. Another I will add it here, so let's add 3 more. Okay, so on this one is for explore, then this one is for add post, and then last is profile. Let's attach each of the screen. And save it. Okay, now our tab navigation is ready. Okay, let's save this one. Now let's close all this one for now, and let's go to this app.js. Okay, where this is our starting point, as you know that, and where we need to add the tab navigation. Okay, so once you are signed in right now, if you see, we are obviously signed into this one. Okay, so here we will add that one. So here I will just add navigation container first. Okay, and inside the navigation container we need to add tab navigation. Okay, and if you see, this tab navigation is importing from our folder called navigations, and inside that we have this tab navigation, and then save it. Now if you see, currently we have this home header. Okay, along with that we have home screen, and below that you will see the tab which is called home, the explore, add post, and the profile. Okay, and as soon as click it, if you see the header and this particular name of the name is changing. Okay, it means our tab navigation is ready. But don't you think this tab is not look beautiful as we expect, right? It don't have the icon, proper icon, it don't have proper label. And obviously if you want to keep this header, you can keep it, or you can remove that one as well. Okay, so let's go to tab navigation and let's customize it. So first thing, let's remove this top header. Okay, so in order to remove the top header for all of this particular screen, you can mention the screen option over here, or you can remove for each of them. For example, if I provide the options, okay, and here I will provide the header shown to be false and save it. Okay, let's go to this home, and if you see, now home don't have header, but explorer still have the header, right? So in order to remove for all, let me undo everything, and you can give the screen option to this tab navigator itself. Okay, so here I can say header shown, and you can make it false, and if you see, now all of them, for all of this tab, the header is gone. Okay, perfect. Next, let's add the label, proper label. Okay, so for this tab screen, so this name is used for the navigation purpose. Okay, I will let you know in the later in the course, but for now let's add this or change the label. Okay, so here you need to add the options. Inside the options, let's add the tab bar label. Okay, like this, and you have to mention the color, and then you have to add the text. Okay, so you can customize text as well here. Okay, so for example, let's add a home, and if you see, the home is get added. Okay, now here obviously you can add the style. We'll add the style of color, and whatever the color we are getting from here, you will apply it to this one, and if you see, the color is getting applied. Okay, now obviously you can modify or you can change the text. You can even change the font size to 12, for example. You can add the margin bottom, let's say margin bottom to 3, something like this, say. Okay, now our tab bar icon is ready. Oh, sorry, tab bar label is ready. Now let's add the icon. So after that I will add the tab bar icon. So here again it will take two parameter, color and the size, okay, like this. Now you can add the icon, whatever the icon you want over here, okay. So most probably I will use this icon.expo.fyi, which is from the Expo library only, and here you can search a bunch of different icons, see, okay. You can filter it out with these icons as well. Now for example, if you want to use this icon, copy this import statement and then copy this component as well, okay, and paste it simply over here. Now obviously we'll change the size with the actual size of or default size of the system's bar icon, type bar icon, and the color with the color as our application color, see, okay. So beautifully, if I change this, it will look like this, see, okay. Not only this, but you can change the color of this active color, tint color, okay. For example, for this option over here, you have option called tab bar active tint color, okay, and here you can change the color. For example, if you want something like black color, or yeah, black color, see, now you get black color as active one, okay. So something like that you can change it out. Now for now I will keep this blue throughout the application. So once you did this, see, our home and icon is ready. Now I'm gonna copy the option for each of this other screen, okay, like this. And obviously right now it's showing all the home. Obviously I'm going to change it. So here I will say text, I will say explore, and here I will change the icon something like search, like this, perfect. Now I will just use this particular name of the font because we already have the unique icon, and replace with this, okay, and save it. See, same thing, add post, we'll say add post, and here I will, let's add a camera icon maybe, yeah, perfect. And last is profile, and for profile let's search person, maybe like this, yeah, person circle. And save it, okay, and let's see how it looks now. See, now we have beautiful tab with this beautiful tab icon, the name, and everything we customize here, okay. So this is how you can add the React navigation. Inside that we added the tab navigation as well, okay. So obviously later in this course we're gonna add the stack navigation as well as we start developing this application much further, okay. So guys, if you have any question while implementing this tab navigation, let me know in the comment section. Also, if you have any question while implementing the source code, you can access my source code. The link is in the description. And if you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, press like button and press notification bell icon as well. And now we'll move to the next section. So in this section, we are going to set up the Firebase so that we can integrate it with our React Native application, and then we seamlessly store our data or fetch our data from the Firebase. As you know that Firebase is developed by Google and it's completely free. So in this particular task, we will obviously integrate the Firebase and we will create a collection, category collection, and we'll fetch the data. Okay, so let's go to this firebase.google.com and go to this console. Okay, here you can create a new project. So I already have some of the project. I will open it and I will add a new app into that one. Okay, so if you see, we have the add app option over here and select the web application. Once you select, give the proper name. So I will say community marketplace and register this app. Okay, it will take few seconds to register the application for you. Now once it register, you have option to install this Firebase. So just copy this command and install the Firebase inside your React Native application. So just paste it here like this, and then you have to add this Firebase config. Okay, so copy this all of this content, then go to your apps folder, and inside the app folder, what I'm going to do, let's create a new file, and we can call it as a file, or let's add the file over here inside the root directory, and we'll call it as a firebase config.jsx, and paste the content, okay, which you just copied. Now most important thing here, obviously, we are, if you see right here, we are initializing this app. Here we'll just export this one, okay, so that we can use it in other component as well, okay. And we don't want analytics, so I will remove it. And if you see, this contains our api keys and lot of different configuration, okay. Now once you did this, go to this continue to console, and done, you are done here, okay. You don't need any configuration right now. Now on the left hand side, you will see some of the different I will say it's called options, okay. So for example, let's go to this Firebase database, Firestore database, okay. So right now if you see, I already have a lot of bunch of different collection here, okay, because inside this application I have multiple application, okay. So that's the reason, but don't worry, here you can just click on start collection and create a new collection called category, okay. And obviously collection name should be a unique. Then once you create a collection, here you can create a document id, so you can generate auto id, it's not big deal. And here I will give the name and the values. For example, we'll say category electronics, okay, like this. Add a field, then you can give the image or icon, okay. So here we'll say icon, and here you can just paste the url of the icon. I already have the url, so I will paste it here like this, and then save it. And now if you see, we have this collection, and in that we have document, and then we have the name and icon of this particular category, okay. Now you can add multiple one, just add this one here, and you can add it, okay. So obviously category we will means user will not able to add it, okay, but this category we will use it to display on our home screen, okay. And we will learn now how we can fetch this category inside our application, okay. Because later on in this one, okay, we're gonna create a form inside the add post, okay. So inside the add post, we'll create a form so that user can upload the image, okay. Then he can able to select the category, okay. So for example, let's select category from drop down, so this will be a drop down, okay. Then we have option to add a title, okay. So this will be a text box, so this will be a title. And then we have other option, for example, after that we will add a description, then we'll add a pricing, okay, and so on. And after that, at the last, we have the submit button, okay. So we'll say, oops, sorry, submit button, okay. So once we have this all the information, we'll just click submit, and once we submit it, we will store our all the information inside of Firebase, okay. So this is how it works. But first, very important thing, we will connect our application to Firebase so that we will get this list of category, okay. So this is very important, we need to get the list of categories so that we can show it inside the drop down. Now here I added bunch of categories, okay, with a different name and icon. Now let's go back to our application, and inside here, inside Firebase config.js, we already defined this Firebase configuration, okay. Now let's go to this apps folder, and inside that we have this add post screen, okay. So over here we'll add a constant, okay, and we need to initialize it, okay. Some database Firestore also will create a method here to get the category list from the Firebase, okay. So we'll say category, get category list, and this method will help us to get the list of category from the Firebase, okay. Now the question is how to get it, okay. So just search on the Google Firebase get document, okay, and here very first link you will find it for the documentation, okay. And it's very easy to learn from the documentation and very easy to understand and implement, okay. So first thing, if you see right here, to initialize this Cloud Firestore, so to initialize this, you need to import this particular statement. So let's go back and add it here. So what it do, it's getting the Firestore, and what are the application configuration we are added, right? See, this app from the Firebase config. That is we are providing to this get firestore, and obviously we need to import this get firestore from this Firebase firestore. Okay, so let's import it like this. See, okay, now our database is ready. Now obviously if you want to know how to get all the documents from the collection, here is the simple example. Okay, so on the right hand side you can just search from whatever you are looking for, and then you will jump on that one. Now to get all the documents, this is the simple example. Okay, let's implement one by one. So first let's say constant query snapshot is equal to await. Okay, so we are using await, so we have to make this method as async. Then get docs. Okay, so obviously get docs we are, because we want a multiple documents. Okay, if you see right, this one. Okay, that's the reason we are using get docs, and make sure to import this get docs from this Firebase firestore. Okay, then from that we need to fetch the collections. Okay, so also we need to mention this the collection is a collection. So let's import that one, and then once we have that, we have to provide the database reference and the name of the collection. So in this case is a category. Okay, so if you see, this is the collection name we need to provide. Okay, so we provide that one as a category. Now once we have the query snapshot, we'll loop it with the help of for each, and we'll define document and then the arrow function. Okay, so we'll just console the information. So we'll say docs. Okay, and then doc.data. So inside doc.data we will get actual doc data. Okay, and that's all. Now obviously this get category list we need to call once this method is get initialized, right? So for that one we are going to use effect hook. Okay, so this use effect hook will execute for every instance. Okay, but once this application get load, we have to make sure once we this component get initialized, right, we have to make sure that this use effect will get execute only once. So that's the reason I give this empty block. Okay, and now here you just define get category list here like this. Okay, perfect, and save this one. Now let me go back, save it. Let me open our terminal here. Okay, and if you see on the terminal, we got the list of documents. Okay, so this list of document contains the icon and everything. Okay, so it means if there are 6 total documents inside our database, then this console log will execute 6 times, because this is a for each loop. Okay, now let's store this category list inside one state. So define state using constant category list comma set category list. Okay, and is equal to use state. Okay, and empty initialize with the empty array. Now in order to set the list, you can set the category list, and obviously we need to push the value with the existing value. Okay, so for example, let me tell you the example here if you want to know how we can do that. Okay, so consider this is our state. Okay, and inside that state we already have the method, already have the category name. Okay, so category name already have. Now we want to insert a new category. Okay, so we want to insert a new category. So again we have to add a new category along with this existing category. So category name like this. Okay, and this is our category list state. Okay, so to implement such a functionality, what we need to do here, we need to add set category list. We'll say category list. Okay, then square bracket dot category list comma document dot data. Okay, so in this way this information will save it along with this previous list of category. Okay, and along with the new. So we are just appending or concatenating, you can say. Okay, or we can pushing to this existing array kind of thing. Now save this one, and we are saving this get category list now. Okay, obviously once we start implementing the form, inside the drop down we'll show this category list. Okay, but for now in this particular section we are stopping here, because just the thing is we successfully implement or integrated our application with the Firebase, we learn how we can initialize the Firebase and how we fetch the data from the Firebase collections. Okay, so guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section and I'm happy to help you. Okay, here I will just document the get use to get category list. Okay, save it. Perfect. We'll see you in the next section, guys. Now, in this section, we are going to create a beautiful form in order to add the post. Okay, so we'll mainly focus on adding a form, then uploading the image and storing the image on the Firebase, and then obviously once we have all the data from the form, we will save it in our Firebase store. Okay, so first thing, in order to implement the form, we are gonna use a Formik a form builder. Okay, so this is very easy to add any form inside the React application or React native application as well. Okay, so if you go to this formik.org, you will find this beautiful website and it helps us with a beautiful documentation how to add a form. Okay, so let's get started here, and obviously first thing we need to do is to install this Formik. Okay, so copy this one and paste it in your terminal and save it. Okay, perfect. Now we'll go one by one. So first and very important thing is to add a Formik. So over here we'll remove this text and instead of that I'm gonna add Formik here. Okay, so obviously we need to import this Formik. So if you see this import statement, you need to use it like this. Okay, and save it. Next, let's give some class name into here. So class name is equal to padding to 10. I don't know why it's not applied. Oh, because we did not written anything and we are inside. Oh, we need in add post. Okay, and that's all good. So right now inside the Formik will take some of the parameter. For example, you can provide the initial values. Okay, and what are the fields you have, you can provide. For example, let's add a name and we provide a value as a name as a empty. We'll add description, then category. Okay, then we can add we can add address. Okay, then we can add price, and I think that's much enough. Okay, obviously we'll add the image later on. Okay, but for now that is good. Then next we can add on submit method. Okay, so this on submit method will return the form value for us. Okay, so right now we'll just console it as a form value. Then there's some handle callback method we need to write. So inside the bracket we'll write handle change, then handle blur. It's not mandatory to add it, but it's better to add it. Okay, because you can use it anytime. Okay, then values, the handle submit, values, handle change, which kind of important. Okay, and then arrow function. Okay, now inside that you can define the text input and everything. For example, let's define one text input. Okay, oh sorry, text input, right? So let's add a text input like this. Let's import it. Before that, let me add one view, and inside that we'll keep all our forms, fields and everything. Okay, like this. Obviously let me remove this, and yeah, now let's add a class name. Now obviously we need a border and everything, right? So instead of using Tailwind CSS, I'm going to use external styling. Okay, so let's define a style here. So just type rns, you will find this rm style, import it, and then make sure to import the style sheet as well, and here we'll say input. Okay, perfect, and this attach this input style over here like this. Okay, now here let's add a placeholder first. We'll say title. Okay, and if you see, we got the title. Okay, now let's add some border width of 1, then we'll add a border radius, we'll add a 10, something like this. Okay, obviously we need to add padding of 10. Maybe we'll add 15. Let's see how it looks. 10 is fine. Okay, we'll give padding horizontal maybe 17. Okay, so if I enter it, see, beautifully it get entered. Obviously if you want to increase the font size, just increase the font size to maybe 15. Okay, so it's little bit, oh sorry, it's little bit bigger, maybe we'll do 17. Perfect. Okay, and let me clean this out. Oops. Perfect. Now whenever we are going to import this form fields, obviously once we apply style and everything will be good. Okay, now once we add the title, now we can add more parameter. Okay, so main important thing is to add the default value, and this value will hold the value for the form. Okay, so value to comma title, or you can change this to title actually. Okay, because post title kind of thing. Then on change text we'll add. Okay, and inside that we'll add the handle change, and then we'll pass this particular name, okay, comma, which is title, like this, and then save it. So we got error that cannot read property titles. Oh, wow. So values dot title. Okay, just add question mark, and that's good. Now after that I'm gonna simply add one button. Okay, so which is the button, like this, and we'll give the title as a submit. Okay, and on the press of this button I'm gonna call handle submit, because this particular method is already handling by Formik. Okay, so you don't need to implement any other different method. So make sure to import button from the React Native, and let's go to the add post. Oops, add post, and yeah, boom. Okay, beautiful. Now obviously let's add a class name to this one. So add a class name, margin top to 7. I don't know why it's not get added, but let's fine. Okay, now we have the title. Now if you try to add some title, okay, something like this, and click submit. Okay, obviously on the submit we are just consoling. Okay, so go open the console log and you will see the name, title as a name. Obviously the default parameter we pass it as empty, so it's showing empty, but for the title we got this value called Rahul Sanup. Okay, now obviously once we have all the information on, and on submit method we'll call one method which will store the value inside the Firebase. Okay, but before that let's add other forms or the fields. Okay, so let's add another field called text input. Here it will be a description. Okay, something like this. Here we call description. Here as well we say description, and this will be a text area, so I will provide a number of lines as a file. Okay, see, then here I will give margin top to 10 and margin bottom to 5. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Also I will change border width, border color will change it later on, but fine, for now it's okay. Then we have this description. Then after that I'm gonna add price section. Price, it will be say price. Okay, and obviously this will be a text, but now this will be we need to open the keyboard with a number only. So here we can say keyboard type, and here if I do control space you'll see the different number of types you want: email address, name, phone pad, which kind of phone pad number you want. Okay, so in this case I'm gonna add a number and punctuation. Okay, or you can add the number pad as well. Okay, and then save it. And if you see now, if I go to this price section, okay, you will see the number. You can put the decimal number, and only number you can put, not the text. Okay, so this is how you can add the keyboard type as well. Now last we need to add the category. Let me category list drop down. Okay, the question is how to add it. Okay, there are a couple of ways you can do the manual implementation as well, but the best way is to go to here and search for the picker Expo. Okay, here you will find this official picker library. Okay, so copy this library and just install it inside your terminal. So let's go here and paste it. Okay, so this picker library will help us to add a kind of selection or drop down kind of thing. Okay, now once you add this picker, let's import it. So we'll say picker. Okay, and we'll import the statement. So go here and we'll say import picker. Okay, from, we'll say at React native picker. See, okay, perfect. Now we have the picker. We have to provide some of the property to this picker component. Okay, so first is selected value. So default selected value, we need to add it here. So which will be a values comma category. Make sure it's a category, not it's y. Then after that we need to provide on value change method. Okay, so this method will trigger the handle change event, and obviously we change add the category here. Okay, like this. Now inside that one we need to add picker item. So let's add picker item, sorry, picker dot item. Okay, and for that one we need to give label. So label will be, for example, drop down one, I will say. Okay, value you can give like drop down, and then save it. Okay, and then if you see, we got this beautiful picker. See, okay, now if I click on it, oops, see, we got the drop down one. Okay, because right now we only have one picker item, but if you add more such a like this, see, you will get a two drop down one now. See, okay, so the question is now how we can add the categories, because we want to show all the list of category. Okay, so for that one what we are going to do, like category list and add. If the category list is exist, we'll iterate this category list using this map operator. So we'll add item comma index and the arrow function. Okay, and here I will just keep this picker item, paste it here. We'll add the key as an index, and then label will be our item dot name, because inside the category list we have the list of object which contain the item dot name value. Okay, and same value for the value I'm gonna use item dot name only, and I will remove this one. Let's clean everything and then save it. And if you see, now we have this furniture, okay, by default. But if I select it, you will see the bunch of option. Okay, but if you observe, you get electronics again and 2 times or 3 times. See, okay, the issue is that whenever you save it, right, it's not clearing this category list, and but it's getting appended with the new data. Okay, so just fix it using get category list and pass it empty. So whenever this method get called, it will first clear this category list and then import a new data. Okay, and now save it. And if you see, so every time when you see it, you will see only this value. Okay, so let me save this one. Let me dismiss it. This is the different error, I don't know why. And let's add style to this one. So add style, and we'll apply same style dot input, and let's see how it looks. Okay, so we got one error. Let's add item dot name, something like this. And oh, I don't know what's this error. Cannot read property persist of null. Okay, and I think I don't know, but I just refresh it. And now if you see, you can select any value. For example, let's select the car, and now you can add some description, you can add some value, and let's submit it. Okay, and inside the terminal, let's check the terminal, and then you will see the category, the description along with this image, the price and title. Obviously we remove this one, so it will clear once we refresh the complete app. And now we remain with the address. Let's add the address field as well. So let's add the text input over here, address. So we'll say address. So keyboard type is a complete proper text. We'll say address, and I think that's okay. Yeah, here as well it's the address, and then save it. Now here we need to make this align at the start for this text area. So we'll just add text align top vertical, and we'll say top. Okay, and save it. And also if you think that this text is going up, you can give just margin little bit, like margin top to 15, to make sure it's look good. Okay, now our form is almost ready. Okay, and for this particular picker, you can apply some styling. Let's see. So here we'll give class name. Actually, let's give the class name. We'll say border. Okay, I don't know, border is not coming or what. Yeah, something is okay, we'll check it out. But in meantime, also here I gonna add a text and can call it as a add new post. Okay, so obviously here I'm gonna give some style. So again, oh wow, this error came again. We'll find it out. Okay, so for now I'll just comment this picker and let's update this one. So let's apply some Tailwind CSS class actually. So add font but text of 20 pixel. Then we'll add font bold, maybe add 25, something like this. Okay, and then I will add a more text. We'll say create new post and start selling, some subheading kind of text. Okay, class name, we'll add a text of 18 pixel. Then we'll add a text of gray color, maybe we'll add 16. Okay, and obviously I'm gonna give some margin from margin bottom to 10. Perfect. Okay, now obviously here we're gonna add a text box. Okay, as I told you at the very beginning that we'll add this kind of text bar. Okay, sorry, the image picker later on. But at this point, if you see, everything's look good. Okay, just the thing is let me change this button. I don't like kind of this button. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna add a view. Inside that we're gonna add text, and here we'll say submit. Okay, so for this one, let's add a style. We'll not style, but we'll add class name. So here I will say padding of 5. We'll say background blue 500. Okay, I'm gonna comment this button. Then we'll make a rounded to be full, and for this text I'm gonna add class name, text white, text align center, font not font but text size of maybe 16 pixel. Perfect. Okay, yeah, and now we give margin top to 20, not 20, 10 is fine. Okay, like this. Now obviously we'll change to touchable opacity because we want to add the on press event, and same on press event which we added for the button, I will paste it here. Okay, and save it. Now let's test this out. Now we'll add some sample title, some description. So some sample description. Then I'm gonna add price, which is 5.6.89 for example. Let's add address, test address. Oh, we commented the picker code, but we can add later on, and then click submit. And if you see, now we have this category. Obviously it's not there, but description, title, price and address, everything is comes as it is. Okay, so this is how beautifully and easily we can add the Formik form. Okay, now we have that error, it's coming from the picker. Okay, so because on a value change, the handle change is not it's giving error actually. Okay, so to fix this one, what we can do, we'll add the set field value property here. Okay, and inside this category we'll add item value, we'll destructure it. Okay, and then we'll add the set field value here with the field value name, which is the category, and then the item value. Okay, so it need to be value and item value, and then save it. Okay, now if you see we don't have any more error, so let's go here and select something like hobby for example, and make sure once you submit it you get the hobby. See, the category is hobby. Obviously if you fill all the details you will get all the information as it is. Okay, and for this particular drop down we will wrap this inside the view, and then we'll apply some style. For example, let's add a style. We'll add a border width of 1, then we'll add the border radius of 10, and obviously we'll use margin top to 15. Yep, and if you see now we have this beautiful drop down with a border. Okay, so this is how we can implement the beautiful form with the Formik and the picker for the drop down. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Now let's add the image picker. So obviously for each of the post a user can select the one image, and then once we select the image, we will show it the image placeholder here. Okay, and on the submit only we will store in inside our Firebase. Okay, so to implement the image picker over here inside the Formik, inside the view, I'm gonna add the image. Okay, let's add image and we'll get source. So over here inside the assets folder, inside the image folder, I added this placeholder. Okay, this is simple placeholder, so you can get it from the internet. And over here we'll add the require property because we are fetching it from this local, and then we need to provide the path. So in this case is assets slash images slash placeholder slash jpj. Okay, and then we'll give width and height. So let's give width of style, we'll give width of 100 and then height of 100 and save it. Okay, so this is how it looks. Now it's up to you, you can extend it complete width as well, but I will keep as it is. Then I will give border radius of maybe 15. Okay, perfect, it looks good to me. Now on the click of that we need to make sure that we will open the image. Okay, but before that let's wrap this image inside the touchable opacity. Okay, so that we will get on press event. Okay, so here we'll add the on press event, and on the press of it we'll just console image click. Okay, and now if I try to click here, see image click printing. Okay, now obviously we need to add the image picker over here. So to implement that image picker, let's go here and just search on the Expo image picker. Okay, and this is the example it show. So if I click on any of the buttons, see it will give you the file explorer where you can pick the image. Okay, and it will be available for any platform like Android, iOS, or any emulator as well, or actual device as well. Okay, so let's copy this command, paste it in your terminal like this and enter it. Then if you scroll down, the next thing we need to do, you need to add this plugin inside the app.json. Okay, so copy this plugin, go to your app.json file, and over here after the web I will add this plugins. Okay, and then you can add the photo permission. Obviously here you can change the message, I will keep as it is, and that's all. Okay, now this is a simple example to implement the plugin. Okay, so first thing what we are going to do, let's use this state, add a post screen, and on the image picker over here, oh sorry, first let's add a state. So add this text over here and save it. Then I will add this method called constant peak image. I'm gonna explain this just a moment. So here, okay, now we'll say use to pick image from gallery. Okay, now what it will do once you press this particular image, right? So let me add the on press event. Okay, so right now we are just consoling, so let me replace it with the actual this method call. then it will launch the image library. Okay, and obviously here we give the option to allow edit. It will also give the aspect ratio. Okay, whether you want square, then give same size, or different from the how you want to crop the image. And the quality one means the highest quality or as it is quality. Okay, then we will just consulting the result, and we are just setting the image with this URI. Okay, so let's try this out first, whatever the implementation we did. Okay, now if you see, if I click, let me close this, if I click on this image, okay, right now we get error. Let me check. So this saying that image picker it does not register, so make sure to import this image picker. So we'll copy this one and we'll paste it here and save it. Okay, so make sure to import this one. Now let's click on this image picker, and if you see, it opened the image picker. Right now on my our storage, it's don't have any photo. Let me add in photo. I will pause it and I will add some photo over here. I added some of the image. Let's try this out. If I click image, and if you see, we have some image. Okay, from the album you can get it, or from photo as well. Now select the image whichever you want, and if you see, you got this crop option. Okay, so you can obviously decrease this crop size, depends on your requirement. Okay, you can even rotate this image, because inside our application here we mentioned the allow editing as a true. Okay, and now once you crop it, and boom, now image gets selected. So obviously we are not showing the image over here. Okay, so in order to display the image, we need to display that particular image, or we can display that particular state over here. Okay, so let's implement that one. So what I am going to do, I will write if the image, this particular state has some value, then it will show that particular image. Okay, so let's add that image. Add the image, we'll call source. Inside that we'll add a URI. Okay, because we are showing the image from the URL, and here we'll call just the image. And for the style, I will keep everything as it is, so I will copy the existing style. And if the image is not there, then I will show this particular image for the pick or placeholder. Okay, and then save it. Now if you see that particular image, okay, now if I click on this one again, and you can replace this image. Okay, for example this one, and crop. See, okay, so how beautifully you can implement the image picker. Okay, very seamlessly. Okay, now once we have this image and everything, we need to make sure that it will added in our form value. Okay, so on submit it, we have to make sure that image is getting added. Okay, so it's very easy. So what we are gonna do, we're gonna add new method called on submit method, I will say. Okay, and it will take to value. So obviously once we have this submit but call, I will call on submit method and we pass the value. Now inside this value it also have the image, see. Okay, but the value is empty. So what we are going to do, we have just add the value dot image is equal to image, and this image is nothing but the one which we have this URI store. Okay, and then if I console this value now on the submission of the form, we'll see the result. Okay, now if I already have the selection, let's click submit. Okay, go here, let's click submit, and if you see, for the image we have this beautiful file URL. Okay, with the JPG file. See, okay, so this is how you can add inside your Formik as well. That's the reason Formik is very simple to use and very easy to use as well. Okay, and you can just control all your fields inside the form. Now one last important thing inside the form is to make the field required. Okay, and if the field is not required, I'm usually try to submit it, we not to show some message that you need to fill this particular detail. Okay, so for that one, inside the Formik, okay, we have to add one method called validate. Okay, this validate will check whether this form has a required field or not. Okay, so it will take values. Oops, it will take values like this, and then the error function. Okay, so here I will hold the constant errors empty, and then it will check if the values dot, for example in this case let's take a title. Okay, if values dot title is not present, so it's not present, oops, like this. Okay, so not operator, then we'll just console dot log title not present, for example. Okay, and we'll tell our system that, or our error, to error.name is equal to title must be there, something like this. Okay, now obviously once we define title, we need to return it. So return this error, sorry, this error. Okay, so return the error, and then that error we need to pass it here and then save it. Okay, so we will tell our Formik form that error is there, and do not submit it. Okay, so let's test this out. So if I try to submit it, if you see, it's saying title not present, see, and that submit method not get called. Okay, so instead of that one, now obviously that is a correct behavior. Now instead of showing this console log, we'll show the Android toast message. Okay, so toast Android dot, we'll say maybe bottom right, and we'll say title must be there. Okay, and then we'll say Android toast, Android dot shop. Let's save this one. Let's try to submit it. Oh, we have one error, that Android toast. So okay, it's need to be actually show. Okay, and if you see, we got the title must be there as a text. Okay, so beautifully. Now let me try it again, and if you see, still there. Now let's add some title, sample title. Okay, now observe this particular terminal. I think we are good. Okay, let's click and say submit, and if you see, now that particular submit method get called, and you will see the title as well. Okay, so this is how you can add the validation. Okay, now obviously for you can add for description, price, and so on. So this is how beautifully you can add the validation with the help of Formik without any different configuration. Now it's time to add the data in our Firestore. Okay, because if you see, we have this image. Okay, and then we have this all the information. So first thing we need to do is to upload the image. Once the user clicks submit, we need to upload this image into this Firestore. Okay, then from this Firestore, we need to get a download URL. Okay, so this download URL, we will need it to store inside the Firestore. Okay, because once we added this, this need to be storage obviously. Okay, and then once we get the download URL, then we will store everything inside the Firestore. Okay, so let me walk through it. So right now, if I go to the storage, right here is the storage, and over here we will create a new folder, and inside that we will store all our files. Okay, whatever the user has image he is uploading, we will store it here. And from this one, okay, for example, let me open any of this image. Okay, and from this one we need this URL. Okay, so this URL we need it in order to store inside our Firestore. Okay, so everything we're gonna do it step by step. So first thing, let's go back to our application, and over here on submit method, right, because we are submitting here. Okay, on this button, we need to make sure that this image, we need to save it as a blob file. Okay, so if I go here and search for Google Firebase upload image. Okay, and you will get this first link for the documentation, which is from the Firebase. Okay, so obviously we will define this, or we will initialize this one, but in order to upload a file or blob file, right, we need to convert our file first into the blob file, because our file contains only URI. Okay, so let's do that. So we here will say convert URI to blob file, and it's very easy, guys. Okay, so you just need to do constant response is equal to await, then we'll fetch it, and then image. Okay, so whatever the image we have, this particular image, so we'll make this async because we are using await like this. Okay, and then we'll say constant blob is equal to await response dot blob. Okay, and here we'll pass like this, and that's all. And now we have this blob file. Okay, so this is a simple 2-line code to get the blob file. Okay, you will not find anywhere. This is the trick to get the blob file. Okay, let me remove this console log, we don't need it for now. Next thing we need to do is to define the storage reference. Okay, as I say, we need to first upload the file. Okay, so if you see, this is the way that we need to initialize the storage reference. So we'll initialize it at the top only. Oh, sorry. And we'll import the get storage. So get this, I will import all of this because we need it inside the Firebase Firestore. Okay, and then let's go back here. Now next thing, if you see, we need to define the reference. Okay, so we'll define the reference here like this. Okay, this is storage reference, and obviously we imported this reference. The storage which we defined earlier, okay, nothing but this particular storage. And then some child. This some child, it means in which folder you want to save the file. Right now you can create a new folder. We'll say, for example, community post. Okay, and this is the new bucket of folder we will say inside the storage. Then inside that, I'm gonna give the file name as a current date. Okay, because this will be a unique. Okay, that's the reason. And we'll say jpg, for example. Okay, so this is the particular format. It needs to be a .jpg. Okay, because then inside the community post we have this file name, which is the current timestamp date .jpg file. Then if you see, this is the simple way to upload the file. So we'll just paste it here. So it will say upload bytes, then storage reference, then file. File is nothing but the blob file we have to pass in this case. Okay, so this is the blob file, then snapshot, and then it will say uploaded a blob or a file. Okay, something like this. And now let's try this out, whether this image getting uploaded or not. Okay, so in my case, so okay, we got one error, if function is not defined. Let's go back, and over here we need to pass. Okay, let's make sure everything is good. So this need to be get storage. Oh, my bad. So actually this get storage reference and upper bytes will come under a different one. So import, I will paste this one, and which come Firebase slash storage. Okay, it come under storage. So this is important because it will not come under the Firestore. Okay, because this is different feature. Okay, now we are good. Now let's upload the file. For example, let's upload this file. Okay, I will crop this one until this point and try to submit it. Okay, we got a warning, a toast message that title must be there. So test title, I will put it right for now, and then click submit. Now we did not get any error, but let's see the console. And if you see in the console, we got that uploaded a blob file. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back to our storage, and here we'll see we got a new folder called community post. See, okay, inside this community post we have this image which we just uploaded. See, perfect. Okay, so that's what we needed. Got it? Now once we have uploaded URL, we need to make sure that we will get a download URL. Okay, because that URL we need it so that we can store it. Okay, so you know this is very easy. So here we need to write then inside that response, and then inside the response we'll say get download URL. See, like this. Here we need to pass storage reference. So we'll pass storage reference dot then, and will be async. Here we'll say download URL and the arrow function. Okay, so inside this download URL we will get the URL. So we'll just write console.log download URL like this. Okay, now let's test this out. Let's save it and we'll make sure inside the console we'll get the download URL once we upload it. So let's click submit, and if you see, we get the download URL. Okay, if I open this URL inside the browser, you will see the image. So beautiful, right? So this is how you can upload the image and get the download URL from the Firebase. Now you have the URL. Okay, now what you need to do, you need to add that URL to our value, or sorry, to our form. Okay, so this particular form. So what I'm going to do, I'm just here, I will remove this value image because we don't need this anymore. Then here I will say value dot image is equal to download URL. Okay, perfect. After that we'll say constant document reference is equal to await, and this is for to add the document. Okay, and if you want to know how to get that right, here you can just type add document to Firebase. See, okay, you will get this first link. Obviously on the right hand side you will see the different options. See, very easily. Okay, let me write it down for you. So here await, now you have to add the doc. Okay, so only one doc, so let add doc. Here we need to define collection, then the database reference which we already defined. Then you have to give the collection name. If you don't have collection name, it will create a one, otherwise it will add in the existing collection, comma, and the value. Okay, so whatever the value you want to add it, that particular value, so in this case is a complete value, right? Whatever the inside the form we posted, that value will print it out. Okay, and here if I write document dot reference dot id, if it's present, means once we upload the data and return back this id, then we'll just console document added. Okay, we'll message this one. Perfect. Now save this one and let's test this out. So I added this test description, sample description will say price, I will say 56, address will keep empty for now, and this category. Now click submit, and if you see at the bottom, right, we got the information that document is added. Okay, now let's see whether the document get added or not. So let's go to this Firebase database. Here search for the user post. If you see this new collection is created, the new document get added, and with all the data which we added just now, so including the image as well. See, okay, but there is one thing is missing. The question is, how can we know that which user posted this particular post? Okay, so for that one we obviously need the user name, the user image obviously will keep it there, and the user email address. Okay, this is very important. So to do that, what we have to do, we need to get login user information. Okay, and it's very easy to get it. So here you need to write constant destructor is the user is equal to use user. This use user is the hook from this clerk expo. Okay, like this, and save it. Now let's go back here, and obviously inside the value you can add that one. Okay, so obviously I will add some more parameter like user name, user email, comma, user image. Okay, so this value obviously I will put the empty like this. Okay, it's up to you how you want to handle. Okay, it's not mandatory to put it there only. Now once we have here, I will just define value dot user name is equal to, you can get from the user dot, and you will see a lot of option. Okay, so here we have option called full name, then value dot user email is equal to user dot here we'll get primary email address dot email address. Okay, this is how you can get the user's email address, and the last is now, and then last is value dot user image is equal to user dot, I think, image URL. Okay, so this three value we have to add it in our form. Okay, while adding the document inside the Firestore. Okay, now let's save this one, and now let's add a new form. So click the image. So I will click the image. In this case I will pass this one, crop it. I will say new BMW car, sample BMW car description, price I'm gonna say 30 lakh. Then address will keep, address is sample address, I will put it right now, and last is the category which is car, and click submit. Okay, make sure to see this. Okay, now it's saying document added. Let's go back. If you see, the second document is get added, and it has an address, category, description, image, price, title, along with the user email, image, and the username. See how beautifully we added. Okay, now obviously this image is the user profile image. See, so beautiful, right? So this is how, guys, you can add the document. Okay, Now obviously there are a lot of things we need to do. First, once we added, we have to make sure this submit button get disabled. We will show some kind of loading that okay, your post is getting added, and then everything get added. We will show some toast message or alert message that okay, your post get added. Okay, so for that one, let's go down to our button section. Okay, but before that, let's add one state. You can call constant loading comma set loading. Okay, is equal to use state, and initially we'll make this as a false. Okay, now what you have to do, whenever user click on submit button, we'll set the loading value to true. Okay, and when it's get uploaded, we'll set the loading value as a false. Okay, and obviously once it's loaded, right, we'll show the alert message, alert. Here we'll show the message success, and here I will say post added successfully. Okay, like this, and save it. Now whenever we click submit, obviously post will get added. Then let's get down to this touchable opacity. Okay, so here we need to add the activity indicator. Okay, I will tell you what is activity indicator, but before that, let's add some styling. So here I will say if loading is present, okay, then I'm gonna show the activity indicator. Okay, and we pass the color as a white color. Okay, and in the tag, so activity indicator will be like a spinner. Okay, and then if activity loading is false, then we'll simply show the text like this. Okay, also I'm gonna add some styling here, so I will add a style. Okay, and here I will say background color is, if loading is there, then it will show the background color as hash ccc, which is kind of blue color, and then otherwise it will show, oh sorry, this is the gray color. Okay, if loading is there, otherwise it will show hash 007 bff. Okay, so this is the blue color. Then we'll give some padding, which we already have. I think, yeah, we already have padding. Then border radius we already have. Then align item and this justify content, everything is good, I think. And here I'm gonna add one more value called disable, and we'll say if loading is true, then disable it. Okay, so user will not able to press the button, and then save it. Now let's test this out. So upload the image. Oh, so this is BMW. Let's add a BMW again. 2023 BMW X3, 1 year old BMW. Okay, here I will say 45 lakhs. Address, I'll keep it blank, and this car. Okay, now let's submit it, and if you see how beautifully loading is showing, see. Okay, now once it's added, we got this beautiful success alert message that okay, success post added successfully, and say okay, beautifully it's get added in our database. You can go ahead and check it out, see. Okay, obviously we did not add the address, but all other things are there. Okay, perfect. So guys, this is how you can add the form with the and integrate with the Firebase, so that all the images and the forms will store inside the Firebase. Okay, also we added this beautiful activity indicator, so that when user submit the button, will show kind of activity and activity loading animation, and once it submit, we are showing the alert box. Okay, so this is how simply with the help of Formik, Firebase, we added this beautifully form. Okay, so guys, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. So now we are going to design our home screen. So for this one, we will mainly focus on displaying a header with the user information, the search bar, slider, category, and list of latest item. That's all data we are going to show. And if you see on the screen, this is our header section. It includes the user information and the search bar. Then we will get the slider from the Firebase. Okay, so it's like if you have any advertising slider or some latest item slider, that kind of slider we can show it here. Okay, and it's a horizontal scrolling. Then we're gonna show the category. Okay, so list of category we're gonna show, which we already have, right? And then the latest, all the latest item who post it on our application. Okay, so that list of item we will show it on home screen only. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and this is our home tab. Okay, and right now it's a blank, empty. So let me open the home screen tab. Okay, over here, and inside here obviously we're gonna add the header. So first let me add the class name, and we will give some padding of 10. Okay, so like this, maybe let's give 8. Okay, yeah. Now let's go back, and inside the apps folder we're gonna create a new folder, and we can call it as a components. Okay, so now inside this folder I will create another folder, and we can call it as a home screen. Okay, so all the component related to home screen will keep in this particular folder. Okay, and inside this folder now we'll call header.jsx. Okay, obviously it includes the search bar as well, and then I will also include the categories.jsx and the latest item list.jsx. Okay, so these three component I added here, and the categories. Okay, so I added the default template as well. Now let me close all of these things, because we are right now focusing on the header section. Now once you add this component, you have to make sure you will display it on this home screen, right? So that we need to add this header component inside the home screen. Okay, so let's go to this home screen, and here you just need to write home screen. Okay, oh sorry, not home screen, header. So it's a header. Okay, like this, and save it. And if you see, this header is importing from this component folder /home screen /header. Okay, and right now on the screen it's showing header, because inside the header component we just have text header. Now let me clean this out. So first thing, as I told you, we're gonna show this user image. This is the user image. Okay, so this user image we need to show first. Okay, and then the welcome text and the name of the user. So in order to get the user information, you can get it from the constant user is equal to use user. Okay, so this is user from the clerk Expo. Now here we'll write image dot. So make sure to import this image from this React Native, then source, and obviously inside this you have to write URI, because we are fetching it from this URL. Okay, we are showing the image from the URL. So that's the reason. Now inside that you have to write user dot image URL. Okay, and in the tag, now here you need to give the class name, because we already you can use style, but right now we are using Tailwind CSS, so I will give style. So write the rounded to be full. We'll give width maybe 10, height 10, and save it. And let's see how it looks. See how beautifully it's showing. Okay, I will just increase a little bit more, like 12. Let's see how 12 is looking. Perfect. Okay, so right now in the home screen, right, we give the padding. So I will give padding padding, actually we give padding vertical y-axis, sorry, we'll give padding y-axis to maybe 8, and padding x-axis to 6. Okay, like this. See, next, once we have the header, obviously we need the username and the welcome text, so that we added the view. Inside that I will add the text, and we just simply say welcome. Okay, then another text for username, so user dot full name. Okay, it will give username. See, now let's bring everything in one line. So for this view, we add the class name, we'll add the flex, and we'll add the flex row, like this. See, then we'll make item to be in the center, and then I will put the gap maybe 4. Okay, oh sorry, gap of 4, like this. Maybe 2 is fine. Okay, now let's add the styling to this one. So for this view, I will add the class name, we'll add a text of 16 pixel, and for this one I will add the class name is equal to text of 20 pixel like this. Okay, also I will increase the font bold like this. Perfect. Okay, good. Now it's look good to me. Now next, as I say, we need to add the search bar. Okay, so after this not after this view, but I will wrap everything in one view. And obviously this particular is for the we'll say user info section, and another section is for search bar. Now inside here I will add the view actually, and inside that I will add the text input. Okay, here I will add the placeholder we'll call search. Okay, and if you see, the search is showing. Now obviously we'll add some class name, so add the class name. Here I will add padding of 2, border, not border, but we'll add background first, background white, then border radius, or maybe we can set the rounded corner to be full like this. See, okay, I will add a padding x to 5, something like this. Okay, now let's give margin from the top. So for this one I give margin from the top to 3, maybe 5. Perfect. Okay, let me change padding. Perfect. Now obviously here we need a search bar icon, so it's very easy. First let's go to this Expo icon. Here you can search for the button. I preferably use Ioni icon. Okay, so copy this import statement first, and then this component for the icon. So here I will keep it like this. Okay, let me open it, and if you see, this is search bar icon is showing right now. Okay, obviously we'll change this color, and also I want to bring this everything in one line, so flex row. Okay, I will make item to be in the center, then we'll give gap of 3, 2 maybe. So something is mismatched, but that's fine, we'll check it out. Oops, margin top 5 is okay. Oh, that's right. And then I will add the class name, margin right, I will say 2, maybe 3. I don't know why margin is not getting applied, but that's fine, we'll check it out later. Now here we need to change the color of this one. Okay, so here I will, instead of black, I will just give the gray like this. Okay, here I will change this, and let's put it here, let's see how it looks. Change left, yeah, that's good. And then if I click on it, this, see, it's everything is working, but if I, let's see how much. Okay, so it's full screen, that's fine, that looks good. Also I'm gonna change the text size of 20 pixel. Okay, oops, maybe we'll make 18. Okay, so if you see, it's look good now. Perfect. Now our search bar is also ready. Okay, now to make this search bar work, right, means when user type something, right, we need to save the user's input, right? So we have a method called on change text. Okay, and if you see, let's write the event e, and we'll console. So whatever the user write, right, it will console in the terminal. So if I type something, oh sorry, let's type something here, and if you see, we're getting the result. Okay, instead of e, I will say value and the value. Okay, so whenever we need it, we'll add the state and we'll pass back to a parent child so that user can filter it out. Okay, so right now we'll keep as it is. So this is how you can add the header section. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. And one more thing, right now if you see, the color is little bit grayish. Okay, so you can obviously update it. Okay, so inside the home screen you can add the background color of white. Okay, like this. Obviously it's up to this point, so make it flex, and okay, make flex to 1. See, okay, now whole screen is of white now. Okay, and then for this header section, right, obviously the header is white, you can add the border. Okay, so for example, if I want to add a border of color blue and little lighter like this, Okay. Oh, it's not get added. Let me check. Let's add a border of 2 pixel because we need to give width as well. Okay, to that border. See. Okay, and here I will put little bit lighter color. See, like this. Here I will give 1 pixel and let's say 500 because darker like this. Yeah, see. Okay, so this is how you can update on your own. You can modify your or design or add the style, depends on your design. Here we added this header with the user info and the search bar. Now it's time to add the slider. So for the slider, I already added this collection name called sliders. Okay, and these are the documents I added. So it only contains the image URL. See, like this. Okay, so you can find the image on the internet or you can add your own. Now let's go back to our application, and over here I'll create a new we already have slider. Okay, we don't have slider component, so we'll add a slider component .jsx and add the default template like this. Now make sure to add this in component inside this home screen. Okay, so I will add the slider component here and we'll say slider like this. Okay, and save it. Now on here, if you see, the slider text is showing. Next, let's go to the slider, but before that let's fetch the slider information. Okay, so here I will call constant get slider sliders, and over here obviously we need to get it from the Firebase, so we need to define or initialize the Firebase Firestore. Okay, so as you know from the documentation, because we already fetched the category, right? Same way we have to fetch it here. So obviously we need to initialize this Firestore. So let's initialize the Firestore like this. Okay, make sure to import this Firestore and the app as well. See, like this. Okay, then in order to get the data, okay, so you have this line of code. You can just copy or you can write it on your own, but I will just copy it here because we already have. Make this function async, and here I will just write use to get sliders for home screen. Okay, and now once we have this query, we have this get data. Make sure to import this get docs, then collection, then we pass the db, and then here we need to pass the sliders. Okay, sliders information. So if you see, this is the collection name we need to pass. So in this case is capital S, sliders. Then query snapshot for each, and it will return document information. Now obviously you need to call this get slider inside the use effect, so whenever this component get launched, it will get execute like this. Okay, and save it. And now if you observe this particular console, you will see 1 2 3 4 images, slider images is showing on the screen because we are just consoling this data. Okay, now let's define the one state called constant slider list comma set slider list is equal to use state like this. Okay, now we need to store this information. So set slider list, similar way we did it for the category, right? So obviously we need to push the data, so I will say slider list, and here we need to add the dot slider list comma doc data. Oops, doc data like this. Okay, let's save this one. I will comment this code, or let's remove this code and save it. Oh, we got error, cannot convert undefined value to object. So we are getting error cannot convert undefined value to object because slider list we did not provide the default value. So we'll provide default value as empty, save it, and if you see, the error is gone. Okay, now pass this slider list to the slider component. So I pass it here. Okay, and save it. Let's go to the slider and accept it here as a prop slider list and save it. Next, we need to iterate this value, and for the iteration or to display the list of images, value, whatever, we are going to use flat list. Flat list is one of the powerful component inside this React Native. Okay, in order to display the list of information, it's very easy to use. Let me show you how. So here first define the flat list, and this flat list is importing from this React Native. Okay, then here we need to provide some of the value to this flight list. First is data, what data you want to iterate. So in this case is slider list. Then next we need to render the item. Okay, to display the item we need to define the item, each item from the slider list, and then the index which hold the value 0 1 2 3, and then the arrow function like this. Okay, then add a view. Inside view, let's display the index value only. Okay, inside the text obviously we need to display, so we'll just display index value for now for the example. So if I save it, if you see right now it's showing 0 1 2 3 4 5 all the value, right? Because index will hold the value 0 1 2 3, depends on the how many in length of this, depends on the length of this particular list. Okay, but the question is, right now inside the slider collection we only have the 4 documents, and why it's showing the 8 documents? Okay, the reason is inside the home screen, right, when we get the data, whenever we save it, right, it getting added in existing slider list, if you see, because of this statement, right? But we have to make sure here our slider list will be empty every time when we are calling this get slider method, okay, before pushing any new data. So here I will push it like this, save it, and now if you see we'll get only 4 items every time. Okay, not every time, but obviously depends on the how much data we have. But obviously we are not duplicating the data, that's the reason we added this slider, means we are making sure to empty this slider list. Now let's go to the slider, and here instead of text let's add the image now. Okay, so I added the image from the source, React Native, and here we'll add the source. Obviously we are fetching the image from the URL, that's the reason we are providing URI item dot image. Okay, now obviously here we need to provide width and height. So class name, we'll add a height of 200 pixel for example, and let's save it. Let's see how it looks on the screen. Okay, so it's smaller image, yeah, and if you see right now it's showing all the images, perfect, but it's showing vertically, we want it horizontally. So flight list has a property called horizontal, and just you have to provide value as a true. Okay, and if you see right now it will add the horizontal, but right now it's not showing you because we did not provide the width. Okay, so here we need to provide a specific width. For example, let's provide the 330 pixel and save it, and now if you see we have the width, and if it is scrolling very beautifully, see, you can able to scroll it, right? Perfect. Next we need to give, or we will add the styling to this one. So for example, let's add the margin right to 10. 10 is too much actually, let's add a 3. Okay, then we'll make the rounded corner to be large like this, and also I will add the object cover, let's say cover, or maybe say contain, let's see how it looks. Okay, perfect, and if you see all the slider is showing beautifully, perfect. Let's give margin top. So for this one I will add the class name, will add the margin top to 5 like this. Okay, and now we have the beautiful slider information. Now the thing is, you will see this the slider bar, right, the scrolling bar, we don't want that one, so you can remove it by using show horizontal scroll indicator and just make it false. Okay, and if I save it, now you'll not see any that scroll bar anymore. Okay, so I updated this image little bit, and the height as well. Okay, so it looks good on the screen. So next obviously we are going to get all the categories, and then we will display it on the screen. Now it's time to fetch the list of category. Okay, and this is how we are going to display the list of category. Then as we in the last section we completed this slider, so let's tick mark it and let's go back to our application. Now first thing we need to do is to fetch the category list, as we already have this code ready. Okay, because we already fetched the category list inside the add post screen. I'm gonna copy the existing one, so let's copy this one and paste it in home screen. Okay, now obviously we need to define this category list state, so let's define it here, set category list is equal to use state. Okay, and make sure to pass empty array as a default one, and let's call it here get category list. Now once we have the list of category, we need to pass it to our category list component. Here we have this component. Okay, so I will just write here category list, and we'll pass category as a component. Now here inside that we need to pass category list as category list and save it. Now let's go to the category, accept it here as a category list, category list, and save it. Now similar way that we did it for the slider, right? With the help of flat list, we iterate this list. So let's use the flat list, but before that let's add one text and we'll say categories, save it. Then we'll add a class name, we'll add font bold and text of 20 pixel like this. Okay, I will give margin, so let's add a class name, margin top to 5. Perfect. So here instead of make, I will make it 3 and save it. Now let's use the flat list. So here I'm gonna add a flat list. For that one, let's provide the data as a category list. Then we need to render the item comma index and the arrow function like this. Then add a view. First thing, let's add the image to show the category icon. So let's add an image. So we'll use source URI and item dot icon. Okay, here we need to give the styling. So let's add the Tailwind CSS class like width of 40 pixel, height of 40 pixel. Okay, and let's see whether it's coming or not. So it's not coming because let's go to the home screen, and okay, so if you see, we by mistakenly said the calling different method, so we need to call get category list here. Let's save this one, and if you see, now we got the list of categories. Perfect. Now obviously we want this category in one line, okay, and we need to divide in 4 different columns. So here we have a method called column, okay, or it's called number of columns, and here you can provide number of columns you want to display. So in this case I'm gonna give 4 and save it. Now obviously it will give error, not error, but it will saying that okay, once you change the number of column for the flat list, you have to restart your application. So restart the application. Now if you see, flat list has a now 4 column, and that's the reason the next icons came under down, right? But it's not fully stretched, or it's not completely getting means providing all this screen size, right? So to do that, right, add a class name, that add flex 1 and save it, and now if you see, it's stretched to the full screen. Perfect. Then let's add the item to be in the center, justify content to be center. Let's save it, and it will be in the center now. Then after that we need to give the border to this image. Okay, so we'll give some padding of 2. Let's see how it looks. Then we'll add a border, and here let's give border of 1 pixel. Save it. Let's see how it looks. Now here once I added one more icon, okay, and so that will be 8 icons, and here let's add a padding of 2. Then we'll add a border of 1 pixel. Okay, then I will change the border gray, maybe 300. Then I will add a margin of 1. Okay, and then I will add a height of 18 pixel like this. See, okay, then we'll make a border radius or rounded. We can make it rounded to be large. See, okay, so it's look beautiful now. Next I'm gonna add the title of each of this category. So let's add a text. We'll add item dot name like this. Okay, so obviously we'll change the class name text of 14 pixel, let's change to 12. Okay, and that's look good. You can give some leisure margin, top to maybe 2, you 1, like this, and see how beautifully our category looking on the screen. Okay, so obviously you can modify or you can add the more effect, depends on your requirements, but for now I think this look good to me. Now obviously we need to make this a pressable, right? When you click on this, it's supposed to press it, so that we will change this view to touchable opacity, and this one as well, and make sure this touchable opacity is you are importing from this React Native. Now save this one, and if I click on it, see now it's clickable. Okay, now here you can add the view all button, but right now I'm keeping only this 8 category. Okay, but if you want to add more category, you can give view all button, or you can show it here. Okay, and if you want, let me show you one more thing. For example, if I put the index is less than equal to, for example, 7, and an operator, okay, just for example, and let me, oh, not 7, let's get 6. Okay, and see how grid automatically adjusts the size. Okay, so you don't need to do anything, it automatically adjusts the size, depends on the on how many category you have. See, okay, so this is how you can modify it, but right now we'll keep it as means whatever the category we have, so that it will look like this. So next, if you see, we need to design, or we need to get the list of all the posts. Okay, so obviously what I'm going to do, for this example, I'm going to add some more posts from this add post component, so that we can fetch it and we will show it on the screen. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. So in this small section, what we are going to do, I'm going to little bit update this styling, okay, just to look much better. So for this category, right, I'm going to add a background of blue 50. Okay, and this is how it looks. See, and border, obviously right now we applied gray, I will change to this to blue, and we'll make 200. See, like this. Okay, same thing I'm gonna apply for this search. First let's go to this header component where we have this search bar, and then over here I will change padding to 2. Okay, and then I will change color of background, or will add background color. Right now I think we added white color, right? So we'll change to blue 50, and then I will change the background to 200, maybe something like this. See, okay, maybe make it 300 just to make it darker. And this one, I don't know, this is, I think let's give some yeah, this is fine, I think. Okay, perfect. Now we have the beautiful search bar and everything. If you want to change color of this search icon, you can change to maybe blue. Blue is quite dark. Let's give sky, I don't know, sky is not there, but let's make it gray and keep it as it is. Okay, so now our screen must look beautiful and little bit attractive as well. So that's the change I want to show it. Okay, now we are already completed this category section, and now we are moving to this latest item section, where we are going to show the latest post which is added inside of Firebase file store. Okay, now before that one, let me walk through, go back here. Okay, and if while adding the post, right, if for example, let's say if I want to add the address, right, the keyboard is opening, but the address text input is going back and you are not able to scroll it. See, okay, this is issue while typing or something like that. Okay, so to fix this issue, what you can do, you can wrap this view inside the keyboard avoiding view, like this. Okay, this keyboard avoiding view is importing from the React Native. Okay, this is very important. And then once you wrap this one, you have to change this middle view to a scroll view. Okay, so that you can even scroll that one. Okay, and save it. Now if I try to add the address, okay, see the address will come above this keyboard now, or you can even scroll it. See, okay, so that's the reason we added this keyboard avoiding view. So it actually means to avoid while writing any text input. Okay, so that's the reason we added. Now let me close all of this, and here I added some of the data. So here I added some of the data for the user post. Okay, here one more important thing why I want to show while adding the post. Let me open here. So when we are adding a post, right, we are adding all this information, but we have to also add a created ad date. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, I will add one more field called created ad. Okay, and here obviously we need to add the the created time, right? So in order to add a time, you can we will use one library called moment. Okay, so just add the moment.js.com. So this library will help us to format any kind of date. Okay, so let me show you how. So first install this particular library. Like this, save it. Okay, or there are a couple of ways you can format that. Okay, first let's inside the add. Okay, over here. Okay, just we'll add the timestamp for now. Okay, so what I will do, new, or sorry, we'll say date dot now. Okay, so it will add the current timestamp, and later on we will convert it. Okay, but I was forgot to add the created ad, so that I just added this 5 Feb 2024 for now. But now from the next time it will have the proper time stamp format. Okay, so we'll update it later on, so don't worry about that one, just to make sure that you can add this created ad while adding the post. Now let's go back to our list item list. Okay, latest item list, sorry. Okay, so make sure to add this latest item list inside the home screen. So we'll add latest item list, and here we'll add it like this. Okay, and save it. Now if you see on the screen, it will show this latest items list. Now obviously we need to fetch the latest item list. Okay, so I will say constant, oh sorry, constant here, constant get latest item list is equal to async and the arrow function. Okay, now here similar if you copy this code, it's similar. Okay, we don't need to do, but let's write it. Constant query snapshot is equal to await. Then we have to write get docs. Okay, from which collection, that collection name we need to write. First we have to provide the database reference and then collection name. So in this case, is collection name is user post. Okay, just to make sure, let's go back here, and if you see, this is our collection name. Then once we have the collection name, just write query snapshot dot for each and doc arrow function, and then we have to set that value. Okay, so what I will going to do, let's print it out for now. So console.log docs comma doc dot data. Okay, let's save this one. Make sure to call this get latest item list inside the for each loop, sorry, inside the use effect, and let's see the console. Okay, so if you see, we have a bunch of data, see, docs and lot of random data. See, okay, perfect, we are getting all of the data. Perfect. Now once we have this data, let me save it in one state. Okay, so I will define one state, and we can call it as a latest item list, set latest item list. Okay, and here we'll just set it, set latest item list is latest item list arrow, then dot 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 latest item list comma doc dot data. Perfect. Okay, now we have this latest item list. Obviously we'll make sure while calling this method, right, we'll make sure that it will clear the latest item list like this. Perfect. Okay, now let's make sure to pass it here. So latest item list is equal to latest item list. and inside the latest item list we'll accept it here as a props. Perfect. Now next we will add the text here and we'll call it as the latest items, like this. Okay, now obviously I'm going to give some class name. We'll say font bold and text 20 pixel. Perfect. And for this one I will add a class name and we'll add a margin top to 3, like this. Perfect. Next we need to iterate this list of latest item. Okay, so obviously for that one I'm going to use flat list. So flat list, for that one let's provide the data. So for that data we need to add the latest we need to provide latest item list, then render the item comma index and the arrow function. Okay, here we'll add a view for now. Then inside the view couple of things, right, we need to add, but make sure you are getting the data. So what I will do, I will just write we just print the index. Okay, and let's see whether we are getting the index C. Okay, sounds good. Next, first thing we need to do is show the image. Okay, so let me show you. This is the boxes, means in a 2 column we need to show our post. Okay, so first thing, let's add an image source, and inside that we need to provide the URI and then item dot, and now in this case we need to show the image. So if I go here, see the image is here, right? So item dot image we need to add. Okay, then add a styling to this one. We'll say width of maybe 300 pixel and then height of 260 pixel and save it. And this is how it looks. Okay, it's look quite weird and that's completely fine, guys. Okay, and if you see right now only this below section is scrolling, not the complete section. Okay, we'll fix it out later in a moment, but for now if you see scrolling is look like this. Now what we have to do, obviously we want that in 2 separate column. Okay, so here you can add the number of column, which is 2, and then save it. Obviously it will stop the server, so just restart it again. So whenever you change the number of columns property for the flat list, you have to refresh the screen. Now I restarted the app, and if you see, this is how weird it looks, right? But it has a 2 column now. So to fix this issue, for this view just mark it as a plex 1. Okay, and now if you see we have proper 2 images. Okay, now obviously I'm going to change this width to full, and then we'll change this height, maybe we can say 160 pixel and save it. And if you see, now it's look properly. Okay, obviously you can change the layout how you want. Okay, it's up to you, but for now I think this is fine. Then for this particular view I'm gonna add a margin of 2. Okay, and later on I'm gonna add a more detail, but for now let's keep that one and let's add a view here. Inside that, the first thing I'm gonna show the title of that particular what is it, post. Okay, so which is item dot title. Okay, now you see item dot title is came. Now obviously add the class name and then change the text size to maybe 17 pixel. Okay, like this, maybe let's say 15. Then add the font to be bold, like this. Perfect. Okay, now obviously for this class name I'm gonna add, not to add margin because I'm going to change layout later a little bit differently, so that's fine, we'll keep as it is. Just add margin top to 2. Yeah, that's look good. Next we need to show the price. Okay, what is the price of this particular item? Okay, so I will add the in a dollar. Okay, and then item dot price, like this. See, okay, now obviously we add the class name is equal to text of maybe 20 pixel, because price I want to show little bit bigger, and let's make it font bold, and then we'll change the color to maybe, let's say, change blue color, something like this. See how beautifully it's showing, right? Now obviously it's not scrolling, okay, as I told you in the beginning. So to fix this one, let's go to the home screen and change this view to scroll, scroll view, and let's save this one. And if you see, now you can able to scroll it, okay, and now you see the beautiful pricing as well, okay. Now obviously you can add more details if you want, for example, who posted it or when posted it, but keep the simple, I will say, okay. So once you add this one, let's do one thing now. Let's add some border and some padding. So there are a couple of ways you can do that. You can make the padding and then add the border, okay, or just you can add the border to this one. So let's say we can add a padding of 2, okay, and I will change this height to 150, maybe 140. Yeah. And for this image I'm gonna add a border, not border, but I will make a rounded corner to maybe large, like this, okay. And here I will put the rounded corner to large, but I'm gonna add border of 1 pixel, like this. See, okay. Now obviously we'll change the color of border. So border, I will say slate 100, maybe 100 is too light, 200. Yeah, and that's, I think, okay. Okay, now obviously you can, as I say, right, you can update on your own how you want, okay. Let's add a background of blue 50. Let's see how it looks, and it's not look good to me, so I will keep as it is, like this, okay. Now we have this beautiful item list. So here one more thing I'm gonna show is here the category, in which category it belong to, okay. So I will show above this title, that will be, I think, good place. So I will add the text, and here I will add the item dot category, okay, like this. See, and obviously for this one I will add the class name, then we'll say text of blue, maybe dark, and then I will add the background of blue, maybe 200. Yeah, that's look good. And then I will add a padding of 2, or padding of 1 is fine, and rounded I will make it full, like this, okay. And also padding x to 3. Here I'm gonna change this little bit. So let's add the font size. So text of maybe you can say 12 pixel, okay, like this. And then padding of x2, and also I'm gonna width of maybe 100 pixel, maybe 80. Yeah, it is fine. And just if possible we make text align in the center. Yeah, okay. And now let's give margin top. So margin top to 2, margin top to 1 is fine, okay. And if you see, it's look good to me, okay. Only thing is you can put it down, okay. Let's add let's replace this text from here to maybe after price, and let's see how it looks. I think this is look good, okay. Only thing that I'm gonna change this little bit. We'll make padding of 2 pixel, and obviously I'm gonna change this text size to maybe 10. Yeah, and we'll change the width to 15, not 15, 17. Yeah, and now this is much more okay. Okay, perfect. Now we have this beautiful item list, okay. And obviously it will if you have a wider screen display, right, it will automatically take that kind of layout, okay. It will not disturb your beautiful layout, because we use this flat list with a number of column 2, and we mark this view as a flex, okay. Now make sure to, this is all item are touchable, so I will replace this view to touchable opacity, just to make sure that this is now clickable. Okay, oh, not here, this one. And if I click on it, see, now it's clickable. Okay, perfect. Everything's look good to me. And guys, this is how you can fetch the data. Now only thing that I want to show here, to get the latest item list, right? Here we added this snapshot and everything just to fetching the data. Okay, and this is the way that we simply fetching it. But there are another way, not another way, but we need to fetch depends on the way where created at will be in the descending order or ascending order. Okay, so you can just search it here and you will find it with the condition. So here on the left hand side, if you see, you have an option called order and limit the data. Okay, you can limit the data or you can order the data by ascending order or descending order. Okay, so if you see, this is the best example, okay, where it show the order by, and you can use this one. Okay, so let's try to use this one. Now in our code, we use this get docs and query snapshot to iterate it. Okay, so simply here what we can do, you can do comma and we have option called order by. Okay, and then give the name of the field which you want to order by. So in this case is created at, and then you want descending or ascending, so select descending and then save it. Okay, so right now we will not change anything, but this is what the descending order will look like, because right now the date is everything date, all the date is similar. Okay, so that's the reason it will look like this. So I hope you understand how we beautifully added the list of item. Okay, and if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. And if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, because there are a lot of things we are going to learn next in upcoming sections. So please press like buttons and the press notification bell icon, so that you will get a latest update from me. So now what we are going to do, we in this section, we are just making the reusable component for this particular item list, right? So currently inside the flight list, when we are rendering the item, we are just add the all the code inside this flight list. Okay, so instead of that, what we are going to do, I will create a new component called item or list. Okay, we can call it as a post item dot jsx. Okay, and add the default template. So whatever the code we written inside this flat list, we'll just cut it from here and then we'll paste inside the post item like this. Okay, make sure to import all this touchable opacity, image, and I think that's all. Okay, and then we'll simply pass the item, each item, to this post item. Okay, and inside the latest item we will say post item, and we pass item here like this. Okay, let's save this one, let's save this one, and if you see, nothing get changed. The reason is we created the another component for the post item so that we can reuse it in some other places. For example, in the explore, right, we want to show the list of item, we can use it there, or whenever we are open any category and want to show the list of items, we can use this particular item instead of creating a new item every time. Okay, so that's the reason this reusable component can be used at the different places. Okay, so that is the use of that particular component, or create or destructuring your application into smaller components so that you can reuse it later on. Okay, so this is simply we can add the new component for the list item so that we can reuse. I hope you understand this one. Now in this section, we are going to create a new page, and obviously that for that one we need a new navigation. Okay, and in that one obviously we are going to show the list of item depends on the selection of the category. Okay, so for example, if I select the furniture, okay, the new page will open and it will show all the listing which belongs to the furniture. So for example, these two the tables are belongs to furniture, so it will come in that particular page. Okay, so let's go back, and now we need to implement the stack navigation. Okay, so stack navigation will be like one page on the top of other page. Okay, and we can navigate from one page to the other screen. So let's go to this navigation folder and create a new navigation called home screen stack navigation.jsx. Okay, and add the default template like this and save it. Now in order to add the stack navigation, just go to this navigation, and here if you see we have the option called stack. Now if you see, right, this is the example. If you see the example, this is how it looks like. And if you scroll down, you will find this example. Okay, so first thing we need to do is to install this stack navigation library. So obviously for each of the navigation type we need to add the dependency. And obviously we are using Expo, so we need to add this gesture handler. It's not mandatory, but it's good to have. Okay, and then I think we are good to use it now. So first thing we need to do is to add this stack navigation. Okay, we have to define this stack navigation. So let's inside the home screen stack navigation. Let me close this window now. So over here we'll define this one. Okay, then I will remove this and we'll just say, oh, make sure to import this stack navigator. See, okay, and then define the stack. Okay, so it's similar like the tab navigation, means the syntax. I'm talking about the syntax is similar. Okay, so stack dot navigator, and inside that we have to define stack dot screen. Okay, like this. So this is very important. Now this is the home screen, right? And this home screen we need to define, because we are creating stack navigation for the home screen. When I click on any of this particular or category, right, we need to navigate from this screen to the other screen, right? So obviously first screen need to be a home screen, so we'll give the name home, and then we'll say the component, we'll attach the component called home screen stack. Oh sorry, not this one, home screen, this particular home screen page. Then another page we'll create. So inside the screen folder I will create a new page and we'll call it as a item list, I will say .jsx. okay, or we'll say category, or just say item list, that's fine I think. Okay, add the default template, save this one, and then create a new stack dot screen. We'll say name, and in this case I will gonna say item list, like this, and the component name I'm gonna give item list, which the page just we created, right, and save it. Okay, so nothing get changed because we did not add this tag navigation anywhere. Okay, now go to this tab navigation, and for the home right, home screen, because we want to add this tag navigation for the home screen, here we're gonna replace here with this home screen tag navigation. See, okay, and then save it. Now we'll see the change here on the application. You will see the change, and yeah, let me close this one. Here if you see the screen name is similar, so that's the reason we got that warning. I will show you. But here also the tab, the header is getting added. Okay, and we don't want that header actually, so you can remove that header. Okay, so let's go back to the home screen. There are a couple of ways, as I explained earlier. You can remove on the screen level as well. Okay, for example in this one we will give the option and we'll just say shown header shown, sorry, make it false, and boom, it gone. Okay, now as I say, this home name and on the tab navigation and this home screen navigation is similar, so here I will mention home tab, home now, home now. Okay, it doesn't matter actually, and boom, nothing get changed now, and that warning message is gone. Okay, perfect. Now we are almost pretty much ready with this stack navigation. And now obviously if you want to show the example, let's go to this option called what is there, oh, inside the component we have this post item, right? We have this touchable opacity added to this each of the item, and for a category also we have this touchable opacity added, right? So what I'm going to do inside the categories, first thing, in order to jump from one screen to another screen, I'm gonna add the constant. Here we'll say navigation is equal to use navigation, and if you see this use navigation is importing from the React navigation native, which is the React navigation hook. And now this navigation will use it to go to the next page. For example, we'll add the on press event to this one, and we'll make a function call and we'll say navigation dot navigate like this. Okay, and here you need to give the name of the page where you want to go. So in this case, obviously we are jumping from the home screen, so and we want to go to this item list, so let's just write item list and then save it. Okay, now if I click on any of this furniture, for example, or any of the category, so for example if you click it, see it go to this next page. Okay, so beautifully correct. Now obviously if you want to change the name of this item list, you can change it, or you can remove this header if you don't want it. Also we need to pass the which category you selected to this next page, right? So here you can just write and pass like category and the name of category. So in this case, name of the category will be item dot name, okay, which is the name of the category which we pass, and it will go to this particular home screen. Okay, so this is how. Obviously you can add the label here as I told you before, right? You can just add the tab, not tab, but okay, so it will be in the options. Now here you can just give the title, sorry, header title as a there is a property called header title. So let's write header title, and then you can give the title, for example, list. And if you see, now it's changed to list. Okay, but what if you want to give the category name over here? Okay, that also you can do it. So for that one, it call if you go to this particular documentation and you can configure the header bar, right? So here, as we set the header title, right, just to write the title. But if you want to set the parameter value, right, so this is the best example. So I will copy this one. Okay, it's quite easy. So here just add the, let me add this option completely. Okay, and it will check the route. Okay, and from the route we'll get some information. So let me show you what it actually written. Okay, so let me cut this and we'll just console it and save it. Now if I save this one, and if you see inside console, we got the key, we got the name, which is the current page name. Then inside parameter, this is the parameter value, we have this category called furniture, and then path is undefined. Okay, and this key is unique for every screen. Okay, so obviously we'll replace this one, and obviously if you want to provide the title, which is inside the route params, and here obviously it will be a category, and save it. And now if you see, it's called furniture. Okay, let's go back and select the other one, for example hobby. See, it come to hobby. If I select electronics, it comes electronics. Okay, so this is how we can able to easily configure the title. Now you can even change the background color of the header. Okay, so let's add the background header. So here we say header style. Okay, and inside that you can add the background color. Okay, so in this case I have this color, I will paste it, and let's save this one. And if you see, the background color is changed. Okay, now obviously you can change the text color as well. So in order to change this header color, obviously we want white, so we'll add header tint color. Okay, obviously you have a lot of options, so add that one and just make white, so #FFF, and save it and see. Okay, obviously the everything we will get it from this documentation. If you see, right, we have header style, we have header tint color, you can give header title style as well, whether you want the font weight, font size, everything you can control it, guys. Okay, that's the reason React navigation is quite powerful. You have all the customization which you can do it. Okay, now we have the beautiful header section. If I go back, it will go back to this particular screen. Okay, perfect. Now here that's all for this particular section, that we added this tag navigation, we customize the tag navigation according to our needs, and in the next section we're gonna display all the list belongs to that particular category. Now in this section we will build this particular page where we are going to display the list of item depends on the category selection. So once we select any of this category, right, we're gonna right now we are navigating to this particular page, and here we're gonna show all the items which is belong to this particular category. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside the, let's go back inside the item list. Okay, where we are going to fetch it. First we'll fetch the parameter. Okay, So whatever the value user send, so we destructured the parameter, we'll use route, and inside this route we have this category name. Okay, now let's print it out so that you will get to know. So console.log, and in that I will print the params. Okay, and if you go back and check here, if you see, we got this category called furniture. Okay, so obviously if you want to print only category, so we'll write cat params dot category, and then we'll return the furniture. Perfect. Then we need to get the item list depends on the category selection. So I will write a method called get item list by category. Okay, and this will be async. Now here I'm gonna write a query. Okay, is equal to, we'll write query. Okay, make sure to import this query, and inside that we'll write a collection. Okay, from which collection we need to get. So obviously we need to refer the database. So right now I'll just add the database instance here. db is equal to get firestore and provide the app. Okay, now once we have passed the collection and db reference, then we need to pass the name of the collection where we want to fetch. So in this case is user post, comma, and where query, like this. Okay, so inside the where query we need to pass on which field you want to fetch. So in this case we want on category. Then if you see, we have to provide the signs, whether you want equal to, not in, array contains a lot of. Obviously if category is equal to, we need to get it, and then the value called params dot category. Okay, so depends on the category which we select, then this will query will get depends on this collection and the where condition. Okay, and then we'll use get docs method. So constant, I will say snapshot, or you can say query snapshot, whatever the you want to write, the is equal to await get docs. Okay, obviously it's a docs, not doc, and then we need to pass this query which we return over here. Okay, then obviously we'll use snapshot dot for each to print the item. So data, and we'll just console, not data here, need to be a, we'll write doc dot data, like this. Okay, now let's call this method over here. Okay, but we have to make sure that whenever the parameter value is there, then only we want to execute this particular method. So I will passing here, and will pass and an operator, like this. Okay, only when the parameter value is there, then only we will execute this particular method. So let's save this one, and okay, and if you see, we got this two value which having category furniture. Perfect. Now let's save this all the response in one state. So I will write constant item list, comma set item list is equal to use state, and initially pass empty. Then here we'll just say set item list, because we want to add with the existing value, right? Every time it will return only one response, right? Obviously if I add 5, this console will execute 5 times. Obviously same thing we have to do it here, because we want to push the item with the existing one. Okay, so item list will say dot item list, comma dot data, like this, and then save it. Now here we can use the existing component which is the latest item list. Okay, so it's very easy, just add the latest item list, and to this one we need to add the latest item list as a data. Okay, so in this case I will pass the item list over here, and then save it. And if you see, we got this latest item list over here. Obviously we need to clear, we have to make sure that every time whenever we are pushing the new data, our set item list is empty. Okay, so here I will just pass, so that will not get a duplicate data, and save it. Now if you see, we got this information. Okay, now the thing is, we need to change the latest item list, this particular heading, right? So here we can pass the title, okay, or we can say heading, and we can pass the value whatever you want. Okay, it's up to you, you can pass it, or if you don't want it, you can just pass it empty. Okay, so let's pass empty in the latest item list. I will get it as a heading over here. Okay, and then instead of this latest item we'll pass heading. Also we have to make sure wherever we use this latest item list, there as well we will pass that information. Okay, so let's save this one, and inside the home screen we use it. Okay, so here I will pass the heading now. So heading, and we'll say latest items. Okay, so that on the home screen you will see the latest item here. Okay, oops, perfect. So this is how you can add. Now if, for example, if I open a cars category, see, you get the car information. Okay, now here you can write some title if you want. It's up to you what heading you want. For example, latest, and you can say latest, that's it, latest item, or you can say latest post. Okay, here we can do some padding. So I will add the class name, will add padding of 2, maybe padding of 3, of padding of 2 is fine to this one. Okay, I think that will be good. Mostly I will keep empty, that's look good to me. Okay, perfect. So guys, that's all for this particular section, that we can able to open any category and then we can able to add that one. Now if you see, right, there is only one listing, that's the reason it's showing like this. Okay, but you can modify it. So depends on the number of result, right, it will give you the value. Okay, and now if you see in this case, for example, let's go to clothing, there is only one, that's fine. If I go to the property, there is nothing, right? So here you can write the message here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just writing item list is available, then show this latest item list. Otherwise you can show the text and which contains no post found, something like this. Okay, so here I will just write dot length is greater than 0. Okay, and here I'm gonna add the class name, we'll say padding of 5, we'll say text of 20 pixel and text of gray color, something like this. Okay, I will make justify center, or text aligns center, let's see. Yeah, and here I will say margin top to 24. Okay, that's look good. So this is how you can show. Now for example, if I go to clothing, clothing there is a data. Let's go to electronics, also have data, car also have data. Let's go to job, and if you see, no post found. Okay, so this is how you can handle if the data is not there. So I hope you guys understand how we implement this beautifully category section, and depends on the category we fetch the data. Now the next, what we are going to do, on the click of this any of this particular post, we're gonna show all the details. Okay, who posted it, the description, along with the, you can have option to message to that particular user. So everything we'll see in the next section. So now in this section we are going to show a item detail page. Okay, so once user click on any of this item, we're gonna show the complete image with the title, description of the particular item, and then who posted this particular post. Okay, with the username and user profile image, and then user have option to message her or him. Also we will show the category name over here. Okay, somewhere. So everything will be complete detail page we are going to build in this particular section. So now let's close all of this tab, and then we'll create a new screen. We'll give the name product detail.jsx. Okay, so here I'm gonna add a new template and save it. Now this screen obviously is product detail screen, that's fine, but this screen we need to add inside our home screen stack navigation. Okay, so I will copy this existing one, paste it here, and I'm gonna change this to product detail, and then obviously component name will be product detail. Okay, and then save it. I'm gonna save everything as it is. Obviously I'm gonna change this option. Okay, so let me change this one, maybe like this. No, let me clean this out. So we'll add options. Inside that we add header style, then tint color. Let me clean this out, and then the header title, and in this case I'm gonna give title like detail only. Okay, and save it. Now whenever user click on this item, we need to navigate it. Okay, so let's go to this post item, and over here I'm gonna add constant navigation route is equal to use navigation, and this is the touchable opacity way, so that we can add the on press event. And then inside the on press we'll just say navigation dot push I don't know why it's not came, and then the name of the path, so in this case is product detail, and save it. Make sure this is a product detail only, so product detail. Okay, and if I now click on any of this item, if you see it jump to this product detail screen where it's have text only product detail. Okay, now whenever we push this detail, we need to send the product item information. Okay, so whatever the item information is, we are passing this post item, we are sending there. So we'll say product, and then we'll say item. Okay, that's it, and save it. Now inside the product detail, with the help of use router, we'll get the use route, we'll get that parameter information, which is this product. Okay, now if you want to see, we can write inside the use effect, just add the console.log, and we'll say params. Okay, and then save it. So right now I don't know, it's showing undefined. Let's go back, click it now, and if you see, now we have this product. Okay, perfect. Now inside the parameter we have this product information. Perfect. Now let's start implementing. So first thing, we need to show the image. So we'll add the image from the React Native. We'll add a source, the URI, and we'll say we'll store this actually product in some state. Okay, so it's easy to access actually. So we'll say constant product comma set product is equal to use state, and we'll just push set product to params dot product whenever the parameter is available. Okay, so I will add that condition, and now from here we can access it product dot image. Okay, obviously we'll give class name, so we'll give the height maybe 200 pixel, width will give full, and this is how it looks. See, okay, obviously we'll increase the height to 350, maybe 320. Perfect. Now we have product image. Let's add a new view, and inside this view we'll add a text which will be the title of this particular post. So we'll add product dot title. Okay, here I'm gonna add the class name to this particular view. We'll add padding of 3. Yep, and then here I will gonna add styling to this particular text, so 20 pixel. Font will add a bold. Perfect. Okay, then we want to add the description as well. Okay, so simply here I pasted this text, and we will change to description. Now obviously I will change this font to maybe 17 pixel. I don't want the bold. And here I'm going to add a text. It will say description. Add class name, margin top to 3, font bold, text of 20 pixel, like this. See, okay. Here I'm going to add text gray color. Perfect. Then below this title I'm going to add category actually. Okay, so we'll add a text, and here I'm going to write a category name. So product dot category. I'm going to add class name. We'll say padding of 1, background blue, then text blue 500, like this. And here I will just wrap this text inside another text. Okay, perfect. Let's do padding. Let's try to give it here. Not really, but make it rounded to be full. So here I will just replace this text to view. That will be good actually, so that we can apply the styling to this inner text. Okay, and for this view you just mention item baseline. Okay, so it will look like this. Now for this one, let's give the padding of 2, padding of 1, padding x2, and round it to be full. See, okay, perfect. It's look good too. Now we have this title, we have this beautiful category name. Okay, I will just give margin top to 2. Then we have the description. After this description, I'm gonna add the user's detail information, who posted this particular post. Okay, so for that one, let's add another view, and this view contains this user information. Let me write it, user info, and here let's add the image source inside that URI, and then we can write product dot user image. Now here I will give the class name, and we'll say width of 40, height of 40. 40 is too much, so we'll give width of 10. See, like this. Okay, you can change a little bit to 12 maybe. Perfect. Now we'll make rounded to be full, so it will be in the circle. For this one, I'm going to give style, sorry, class name, and we'll say padding of 3. Then I will add one view. It contains username, so inside that we'll say product dot username, and then user email. See, okay, so right now user email is printing, but we are not able to scroll. Okay, the simplest way to do that is to add the scroll view. So here you can just add the scroll view. Okay, now you can able to scroll it. See, now let's bring everything in one line. So for this particular view, let's add a flex. Let's give flex row, and we'll say item to be in the center, and then we'll do gap of maybe 3, like this. See, now for this text I'm going to use some style, so we'll say class name, font bold, text of 18 pixel, and for this one, and class name, we'll say text of gray color. Now here I'm going to put the border for this one. Okay, who posted this one, so let's add a style, sorry, class name without border of 1, maybe 1 pixel we can say. Oh, not here, actually we want to add to complete section to this one. Okay, then here I'm gonna add a border of gray and we'll do padding of 4. I think we can already padding, right? Let's give margin. So here instead of border, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just add the background color. Okay, so to this view, let me remove margin and we'll say background of blue but little lighter, something like this. See, we add 100, and for this particular view I'm gonna add background white. So complete scroll view, I'll add class name, add background white. Okay, perfect. Now below that, obviously we need a button to send a message. Okay, so here I'm gonna add a button. Here we'll say text and it will say send message. Okay, so it coming below this one. Yeah, send message. See, so and once I added this background blue and then left, we don't need this one actually, and width full. Okay, now let's make this text align to be center. I will change the color to white, text white, like this. See, okay, we'll give margin to 5 to 2 maybe. I don't know why width is showing like this. Let's remove the width. Oops. Yeah, now it's good. Also we'll make a border rounded corner, maybe we'll do full. Okay, and obviously we'll change this to touchable opacity. And save it. Okay, now user click on this one, we need to send a message. Okay, obviously right now we are using user's email address. Okay, so on the click on this send message, we are compose the email and then we'll open the any application which has the email capability. Okay, so that one we are going to add it now. Here just I will add the padding of 4, yeah, just to look much better. Perfect. Now on the press of this button we need to send email. Okay, the simplest way I'm gonna tell you here. So I will add the on press event and we'll write one method called send email message. Okay, so I will copy this one, I will create a new method over here, and here we'll just write linking, okay, dot open URL. Okay, and here I'm going to pass the mail to, and here you can pass the email address. For example, in this case is product dot email, sorry, user email. Okay, and this will go to this, it will open the email application and it will add this email ID to who you want to send. Okay, but if you want to send the subject, okay, and the body, that you can also send. So let me show you. For example, if you want to add the default subject, right, for example you can write regarding, and then we can write the product title, product dot title. Okay, and the subject line we can also write subject is equal to hi, and we can write user name here, or this need to be body actually, hi, and here we'll write the user email, so product dot user name, comma, you write it slash n plus I am interested in this product. We can write, for example, this is the simple body we added. Okay, so obviously you can add it more if you want to, and here we'll just add it. So for example, let's attach question mark, then we'll add a body, sorry, the subject, then and we will add the body. So here we'll say, so here I will need to say subject is equal to, we'll say body is equal to, and then we'll attach the body. Okay, and then save it. Now save everything and let's test this out. So if I click on send message, if you see it opening the email, Gmail or any Gmail account, see like this. Okay, so right now I did not configure in my emulator, but you can try on your own, but right now I will keep as it is. Okay, so this is guys, you can have this beautiful product detail page. Now you can add extra feature here. Okay, extra addition, whatever you want. You can add a comment section also. Maybe in the next section what we can do, we can add the share option. Okay, so you just click on the share and then you will open the share option to share this particular post to your friends and family on WhatsApp or any other sharing platform. So and you can open, and if you see everything is beautifully showing here. Let me go back and search some different one. So if you see, okay, now you can, if you observe, right, you can directly open it from this home screen as well. Okay, you don't need to configure because we already configured this particular thing. So even though if I, let me go down, if I open this one, right, it will open directly this detail page without going to this selection and all. Okay, because everything is there. I hope you understand this one, how beautifully and easily we integrated the product detail page. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Now in this section we are gonna add a share icon over this header section. Okay, so on this navigation header section we're gonna add share button here. In this section we will learn how to add that one. Okay, and then on the click of that, obviously we are gonna share the title or description, depends on what you want to share on WhatsApp or some other platform. So for that one, inside this React navigation, right, we have the option here called header button. Okay, so inside that, in this documentation, you will simply explain how we can add the header. So if you see, in order to add the header on the right hand side, you can directly add it from the tag screen, but whatever we are going to add here, right, we need to connect this data along with this particular share button, because we want to share this particular item, right? So this need to be on this page, okay, not on this navigation level. So if I scroll down little bit, you will see the option, see like this. So inside the home screen they just added this navigation option. Okay, so similar way we're gonna add it now. So first thing, very important, that to the home screen we need to pass this navigation option. Okay, so let's go back here and to this home screen, not here, to this products detail page, we're gonna add navigation like this. Then we're gonna add one method, so we'll say constant share button like this, and then obviously we want to add the header, right? Okay, so navigation has option, so we'll add these options like this. So what happened for product detail, we pass this navigation parameters. Okay, we destructuring these props, all the props from the navigations, and then we set the option to the header, right? So obviously instead of this button I'm gonna use the icon. So let's go here and let's find an icon. Let's say share, let's filter it out, and I'm going to use this icon. So make sure to import this statement, and then let's copy this component. So we'll paste it here, see like this. Okay, and then save it. Now let's go back. Okay, so obviously once we have the added the share item, we need to initialize this one. So we will initialize inside this use effect, and whenever the navigation is available, then share button will show it on the screen, say like this. If you see on the right hand side we have the share button. Now let's customize it. So here I will change this color to white, and then I'll give class name, or let's add a style simply, and we add a margin right, oops, this need to be right to 10. See, okay, much better I think. Perfect. Now we have this beautiful share button. Next, we're gonna add a touchable opacity to this button. So I will add touchable opacity. So this button, the share button or share icon will be clickable now. So I will add on press and it is share product. Okay, so this method I'm gonna write here. Okay, but if I save it now, if you see, this button is there. Okay, let's console something. So console.log share click. Let's go back here. If I click on this one, I don't know why it's not printing. Okay, let's go back and come again. So the problem is actually, as we are, this is actually button, okay, on the header side. So we don't really need a touchable opacity over here. Okay, this icon itself has the on press event because this is the, we added this particular button to the header section. Okay, now if I see, let's click on, what is this, share product, save it, and if I click it now, see, so inside terminal, if you see, we got share click. See, okay, so perfect, that's it is working. Now the thing is how to share on different platform, and obviously we're gonna write our all the share logic over here. So we'll say use to share product. Okay, so let me clean this out, and here let's go back and just search Expo share. Okay, so you will find this particular library called Expo sharing. It's official library, and then first thing you need to do is to install this Expo sharing. So let's go here inside the terminal and then install this dependency. So here inside the share product, what we are going to write share, okay, dot share, and inside that we need to provide the content. So I will write content here, and then I will write constant for the content, and inside this one you can provide the value, for example message. Okay, and I will provide message like, for example, let's give the title of the product, product dot title. Okay, then you can give some message or more messages, up to you, whatever the content you want to provide. You can provide the URL as well. Okay, so for example I will write /n plus product dot description. Okay, so whatever we wrote over here, for example, let me go back. Okay, yeah, this one. Okay, so it need to be DSC description, something like this. Okay, and then this content we pass over here. So write the content actually dot then, and we'll return the response. Okay, so we'll console.log, we'll say response, and if there is any error, we'll console the error. Okay, something like this, and let's save this one and let's test this out. So if I click on this share, if you see, if you observe, we have this site table with a wooden touch and in this description. Okay, and now right now obviously whatever the app I have, right, which has a sharing capability, only that app is open. Obviously if I have WhatsApp, Facebook, all of this app will open, but this is emulator don't have all the apps. That's the reason it's showing some of the app only. Okay, so this is how you can add the beautiful sharing capability where you can actually share this content. I hope you understand how you can able to share your content. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Only thing is, okay, we are going to use this share from this React Native, so this is very important. Okay, now one more thing in this particular section I want to tell you. So whenever I open any category, right, it show first, see, no post found, and then it's showing the data because we are fetching data from the server, and in the meantime obviously if you don't have data, it's showing that text. Okay, you can avoid that one. So if I go back to the this particular screen called list item, yeah, over here. Okay, not here actually, inside the item list screen. Okay, so here obviously if you see, right, this is text we are showing, correct? What we are going to do, I'm creating one state called constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Okay, and currently means initial value I will pass it as a false. Okay, means it's not loading. But whenever we will pass whenever we are loading fetching the data, okay, we'll set the loading as a true, and once we have the data, then we'll set the loading as a false. Okay, interesting, correct? Now over here, what I'm going to do, if the loading is there, I will write a condition. If loading is there, okay, then I'm showing activity indicator. Okay, so activity indicator will be a spinner. Okay, let me show you actually directly over here. Okay, if I just put that activity indicator, I save it, and if you see over here, you will find this loading spinner, right? Obviously you can change the size. For example, if you want to change the size, and it has an option called large and small, you can select the large, for example, and now the size is changed. Okay, you can even change the color as well. So here you can add the whatever color you want. For example, let's add a black color. I know the code, and you will see the black color. Okay, now here I'm gonna add a blue color like this, and you say okay, perfect. Now we need to show this activity indicator only when the loading is false. So we'll say loading. If loading is there, then show this activity indicator, otherwise show this item list and everything. Okay, nothing I get changed, only I remove this curly braces and I added this condition, and if this condition is false, then it will go to this item list. It will check this another condition. It's a ternary operator actually. Okay, multi-ternary operator. Okay, and now save it. Now if you see, if I go back and click here, see, you will see this activity indicator, right? See, okay, but once the data is means we don't have data, then obviously we need to make it false somewhere. So let's do that. So over here, this activity indicator I'm gonna put over here as well. Okay, see, if I go in furniture, see, okay, so you don't see that particular not loading effect or something like that. Okay, so that's the reason we added. Now you can add, for example, you can add the margin or something like that. For example, let's add margin top to 20. Okay, so let's see how it looks now. Okay, maybe it's better, it's coming down. Okay, but I hope you understand how we beautifully update this one. Okay, now obviously you can add more effect, more loading effect, and everything is up to you how you want to add. But until this point, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Now in this section, we are gonna implement this explore page where we're gonna show all the products which user posted. Okay, so on the screen we are showing that one. So let's go back to our explorer screen. So we have this explorer screen, right? And obviously we are going to use existing component. We are reused our component. Okay, and that I will tell you again because we already did it, but in this section particular screen as well we are going to do. So first thing, let's add a class name, and we'll give padding of 3, and I will go more actually. Let's add padding of 5. Let's see how it looks. Okay, and I will add padding X of maybe 8, not 8, Y actually. I want to put Y. Perfect. Then over here I will say some text, explore more. Okay, and I will add a class name. I will add text of 24 pixel. Perfect, and we'll make font to be bold. Maybe 30. Perfect. Okay, obviously you can add a more some here for example, if you want to add text for this more only, you can add that one as well. Okay, it's look quite good. Next, once we add this one, now we need a data. Okay, so let's say constant, and over here I'm gonna add get all products. Okay, so here we'll sim use to get all products. Now in get all products, we need to fetch the data. Okay, so obviously for that one we need to write a query. So constant query is equal to query. Okay, so which is importing from Firestore. Then we have to add collection. Okay, inside the collection we need to provide db. So let's define inside that db constant db is equal to get Firestore, and then provide the app config. Inside that we need to provide the collection name. So if the collection name user post, then we need to provide the where. In the where clause we need to add the order by. Okay, so here we'll say, I think we don't need where condition, or we need it. So I think we don't need where, just write order by, and then we need to order by on which one. Okay, so in this case we say created at, and then we want descending order. Okay, so latest so latest post will become at the top. Okay, and this is our query. Now let's get snapshot is equal to await. Obviously we need to make this method async, and we'll say get docs, okay, which is importing from the Firebase Firestore, and then pass this query queue. That's all. And then next we'll just iterate it. So snapshot dot for each document console dot log, and we say doc dot data. Okay, and then get all products, we'll call it inside the use effect. See, like this, and then save it. Now if I go to this console, and beautifully we got all the data. Perfect. Now we need to store in one state. So constant, we'll say product list is equal to set product list is equal to use state. Initially is empty. Now you have to make sure that whenever you add in new data, it will be empty bar. Okay, like this. See, and here we add the select product list the similar way which we added before, right? Product list dot 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 product list comma doc dot data, because we need to push in with the existing data. Okay, I will remove this console because we don't need any more for this space as well. And now we need to add the same component we used before, which is latest item list. Okay, so because we are using same component, you can rename this one if you feel confusion. Okay, so latest item list, I will add it here, and for this one I'm going to provide a heading. Okay, if you don't want a heading, you can just ignore, but let's provide latest item list, and in this case is a product list. So I'll pass product list over here, and then save it, and boom, you got the data over here. See how beautifully you got all the information in the explore mode. Okay, so this is how you can easily add it. Obviously right now it's not scrolling, then you just add the scroll view. Let's add a scroll view over here as well. Okay, and now you can able to scroll. Perfect. Okay, so if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. So this is how beautifully we added. Let's go to the explore page, open any. Oh wow, we got error that navigation position not function. Okay, let me check why we got this error. So perfect, why I got it, why we are we have this issue, because we don't have explore navigation over here. Okay, so inside the navigation, let's add a new navigation called explore screen stack navigation .jsx. Okay, and similar way we added for the home screen. Let's add React Native function, and over here we need to define constant stack is equal to create stack navigator. Then we'll change this to, because see, this is very important for each of the screen. If you are jumping from one screen to another screen, right, we need a navigation for that one. We need to define navigation somewhere, right? And obviously the similar way we define for the home screen, the same way we need to define for the explore screen. Okay, so that's the reason. So stack dot navigator, and inside that we need to define screen. So stack dot screen. So first is we have to give name. So here I'm going to give explore tab. Okay, then I will say component, which is the explore screen. Then another stack screen, stack dot screen, and name is equal to, here let me close this one, and here I will say product detail. Okay, and the component is will attach the product detail. So if I go to this home screen stack navigation, okay, so this is our product detail. See, okay, same thing we added here. Now save this one, and then inside our tab navigator, let's go to this tab navigation, and here obviously similar way we connected this home stack navigation. Here also we need to connect it to this home explorer screen stack navigation, and then save it. Now if I click one, see, it's going to that particular screen. Okay, perfect. But the issue is, see, the tab bar, we don't want that tab bar. Okay, but on the obviously on this screen we want tab bar, the one which we have before, right? The similar tab bar we want it. So let's go to this home screen tab navigation, and I will copy this option as it is to this explore screen product detail screen stack, sorry. Okay, let's save it, and boom, see, it's got it, right? Same thing, obviously we don't want the header, so for this tag I'm gonna add options, and here I'm gonna add header shown, show header shown to be false, and save it. Boom. Okay, now if I open any of this particular product, see, it's jumping to this detail page. Okay, and everything will work as it is, guys. Okay, if I see, we have this beautiful sharing option, and everywhere you will see as it is. Now you can have this add product post page, we have this explore tab, we have this home tab ready. Okay, only thing is pending to profile tab. Now you can go ahead and try this profile tab, guys. Okay, it's very easy, and you just explore it and let me know in the comment section if you face any issue. So now in this section we are going to build a profile screen. So when we go to this profile, here we're gonna show the profile detail. So let's draw, let me show you how our profile screen will look like. So here we have the profile image, then over here we show user name, below that we're gonna show user email. Okay, then after that one I'm gonna show 4 options. So first, then we'll show second, and the third. Okay, and another is over here, so this will be like this. Okay, so this will, the big one is logout. Here this option contains icon and the title. For example, this one will be my post. Okay, sorry, this will be the explore, and then this will be my own option I can give. Okay, whatever option I want to give. So this will be our basic structure. Okay, and this app is quite good, the eraser. Okay, if you did not use it, I will just suggest go ahead and use this app. Now let's go back to our profile screen, and inside the profile screen tab I will open it here. Okay, so first and very important thing, we need to fetch the user's information. So here I will get constant user is equal to use user. Okay, and then once we have the user information, first thing we need to show the user profile image. Okay, so here I'm gonna add image source, and here inside that I will get URI user dot, let's say, image URL. Okay, let's give class name, we'll say width of 80 pixel, height of 80 pixel, and let's save it, and let's see, this is how it looks. Okay, let's make it 100. Perfect. Here I'm going to give some padding to this parent view, so I will say a padding of 5. Okay, and let's make a rounded corner, rounded to be full, and over here let's make item to be in the center. I don't know whether it's applied to this or not. Justify content center. Oh, I don't know. Text align center. Okay, its reason is we did not apply any flex over here. Okay, so maybe for this view I'm gonna apply flex. So add class name and then make it flex. text one. I don't know why it's not going in the center. Let me remove this. This is unwanted, not necessary. Here I am gonna add a class name which will say item to be in the center, like this. Okay, we'll give margin top to 5, maybe more. Let's make it 14. Okay, then below that we're gonna show the user name. So user dot full name, we'll add a class name and it will give the class name like font to be bold, text of 25 pixel, like this. Okay, and also we'll go margin top to 5, not 5, 2. Okay, and same text I will copy paste it here with the email address. So email address like this, and then we'll make font size of 18. I don't want font bold, and we'll make the text of gray color, like this, little lighter. Okay, now we have the beautiful section. Next we're gonna add the menu icon. Okay, so for that one I'm gonna add one constant menu list, this array. Okay, it has an id, it has a name. So name I can do like, for example, my post, I will say my product. Then icon, so here icon we can give the icon which you want to import. So okay, there are a couple of ways. Okay, so for example you can import the icon from here. If you say import and the name of the icon, for example we'll say, let's so in this case I added some of the icon. Okay, so if you see, I will say diary from and give the path. So in this case assets slash images slash, oh sorry, and then diary.png. okay, and then you can just refer this diary over here like this. Okay, then I will copy paste 4 times. Second is explore. Third is the tube Guruji, and the last is logout. Obviously we need this couple of times, so let's add it here. The one is logout, then we have the search engine. Oh, that's look quite weird. Okay, I will just rename this one. Search, and I don't know what else we left with. Okay, let's try with this one and then we can add it later on. Okay, so one is for logout and this one is for search. I will put it here as well and here as well for now, and then save it. Okay, so you're saying diary is already, oh, let me remove this one. Okay, now we're going to use flat list to iterate that menu list. Okay, so we'll add the flat list, we'll provide the data. So in this case is menu list, then we'll render the item. So item comma index, and inside that I'm gonna add touchable opacity, and inside that let's add the icon first, so which will be the image dot source, and here we need to pass require, and then item dot icon. Okay, so oh wow, we got error. So over here I don't know why we got the error. So here I just added the source, so we don't need to add the require here. Okay, and now if you see, we have data. Also we got this warning. Okay, let me save this one, and we have this warning that 2 children have same key. So let's change this id actually. Okay, so let's change this 1 2 3 and 4. Okay, now that error will gone. Perfect. Next we need to put the number of column here. Okay, so number of column will be the 3, and then save this one. Obviously it will stop, so obviously we need to restart this application. So after restart you will see like this. Okay, here you just main plex 1 for the touchable opacity, so it will equally divided. After this one, I'm going to add the text. Okay, but let's add some padding over here. Oops, I've got too much padding, something like this. Okay, here also let's say 50 pixel and 50 pixel. I don't want that much big. Okay, perfect. Now let's add a border to this one. So I will add a border, of 1 pixel. Then I will make item to be in the center. Okay, and give margin of 4, and make the rounded corner, so make it rounded medium, maybe make it large. Okay, and I will obviously update the border color to, let's say, blue for under. Okay, and we'll say background blue. Okay, I'm just trying. Okay, because I want to see how it looks, and I don't think so that's look good, but that's fine for now. Here we'll give margin on the x-axis, margin top to 4. Let's see how it looks. I think this is good. Margin 4, let's see, margin 4, margin x to 4, and I use margin top to 4. Okay, so this is how it looks. And then for this complete flat list, I'm going to give some margin as well. So I will give style, give margin top to 20, something like this. Okay, now obviously you can write the text below that one, so let's write the text as well. And here I will say item dot name. Okay, and so my products explore Gurji. So let's decrease the margin and padding as well. Yep, now let's go. And for this one, I'm gonna add class name. I will add text of 12 pixel. I'll add margin top to 2. Then I'm going to change the text of blue and we'll put darker, something like this. Yep, and let's look beautiful. See, this is how you can add your own designable profile screen. Okay, now obviously right now we just design it, but later on obviously I'm gonna add more functionality. For example, if I go to the my products, right, it will open a new screen and it has all the products which have option to delete the product if you don't want, or you don't want to put any longer. Okay, Explore will navigate to this Explore tab. The Tube Gurji will navigate to external URL, and Logout will log out from this particular app. Okay, so all 4 types of functionality I'm going to do it in the next section. But if you have any question until this point, let me know in the comment section. I'm happy to help you. If you face any issue while implementing this particular code, then please you can access the source code anytime. Okay, and we'll see you in the next section. Now we're gonna add up my product screen. Okay, so for that one, let's add a new screen, and here I will call it as a my products.jsx. Add the default template and then save it. Now obviously we need to add a profile stack navigation, because on the click of my product, right, we are jumping from this screen, this profile screen tab, to the new screen. So for that one, let's go to this navigations and let's add a new tab. So profile, new tags navigation, profile stack nav dot jsx. Okay, yeah, let's say profile screen stack nav. Add the default template, and similar way we'll define constant stack is equal to create stack navigator. Okay, over here I'm going to remove this one and let's add stack dot navigator, and inside that we need to define the screen. So stack dot screen, and for first is profile tab, and then I will connect the component called profile screen, okay, which is our first screen. And then we need to add tag dot screen name is equal to profile, or here we can say my product, okay. And then the component we attach is my products screen, okay. So this is the my product screen we attach, and then connect it and save it. Now obviously once we add this profile screen tab, we have to replace our main profile screen tab with the actual one, okay, so which is the profile stack navigation, okay, and then save it. Obviously here you will see the tab, okay, so you can remove that tab. So let's add options over here, and here we just say header shown to be false, and then save it. See, okay. Now let's close all of this window, and let's go to this profile tab, okay. So Control P, and then I will search for the profile screen, and over here, right, so because we have the my products on the click of my product, right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a path over here. If there is a path defined, then we'll go to that particular path. So in this case I will say my product, okay, because inside the product screen tab, that's what we define. See, okay, so that's the reason I give the path. For the Explorer, the path I can give is the similar path from the tab navigation, which is, what is the name of this one? Let me, so, oh, why I post and search, also not search, explore. So this will be an Explorer tab, okay. So for the Explorer I write path and explore, okay. So for now obviously here I'm gonna add the URL, okay. So URL will, if there is a URL, it will jump to the different one, okay, and this is the logout. So we'll keep that for now, and we'll focus on this part only. So on the flat list we have this touchable opacity. Here I'm gonna add on press event, okay, and I'm gonna create a new method, okay, to make it a more organized way. So I will say on press, on menu press, okay, and here I'm gonna pass the item. So obviously I'm gonna create a new method on menu press like this, and it will accept the item. Now we need to define the navigation. So here I'm gonna add constant navigation is equal to use navigation, and here we'll say navigation, navigation dot navigate, and then we'll get item dot path, okay. Now obviously here I'm going to write one condition, okay. If item dot path, path is defined, okay, if item dot path is available, oh god, then only execute this navigation path. Otherwise for now I will put null, okay. If there is a URL, then it will navigate to different one. So let's see, and then save it, okay. Now if I click on my products, if you see, it jumped to this my product, okay. Now obviously for my product we need this bar to be blue color, because we want consistent throughout the application, right. So I will just copy this option and I will paste it here. So for this my product, okay, like this, and I'm gonna obviously change the name to my products and save it and see, okay, perfect. Now let's go to my products, and over here I'm gonna get the user post only, okay. So for that one, okay, we'll define a method called get user post, okay, and inside that one we need to define the Firebase call, okay. So let me show you what we are going to fetch. So from the Firebase Firestore, right, we have this user post, okay, let me refresh it. So we have the user post, and each user post has connected with the user email, user name, image and name, okay. So those have matching user email of the login user, that record only we are going to fetch, okay. So for that one, first let's define the database. So constant db is equal to get firestore, and then add the application configuration. Then here I'm going to define the query is equal to q is equal to we'll define the query, okay, from the Firebase firestore. Then inside that we define a collection. Here we need to add db and the collection name, so in this case user post. Okay, then where clause, because we need to add a condition on a user post, so we'll add user post comma, then condition matches. Okay, sorry, not user post, my bad, it's a user email, right? So user email, because we need to match with the condition, right? The user email equal to the user email. So obviously we need to get login user email address, so we'll define constant here user is equal to user. Okay, so from this one, from the class expo, we'll get the user information, and then we get user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, and our query is ready. Next, obviously we need to add the snapshot. So snapshot is equal to await get docs, and we need to pass query q. Okay, and make this method as a async. Okay, here I'm gonna write documentation like use to get user post only. Okay, perfect. Now we have get user post, we have the snapshot. Let's add for each, and we'll say document, and here I will just console it for now. So doc.data. Okay, now get user post we need to call whenever the user's information is available. So inside the use effect, over here I'm gonna pass empty array, and inside that we'll pass the user. So only when the user is available, then only execute this get user post like this, and then save it. Now let's see the console, and if you see, we got the user information and those who matching the email address. See, okay, so this is the email address which I'm logging with, and only that particular record or post is written. Okay, so now we need to store this state in all the data in one state. So constant product, we'll say product list, and then set product list is equal to use state like this. Okay, and we'll pass empty array, and obviously here we're gonna add set product list, then product list dot product list comma doc.data. Okay, because we want to add the list, all the list, right, with the previous one, and then on the top of that we are need to add another one. Okay, and we'll remove this one, and obviously we have to make sure that every time when we are adding a new or setting the new product list, we have to make sure that it's empty before. Okay, and then save it. Now over here we can use the existing component, which is the lead item list, or sorry, latest item list like this. Okay, and here we need to pass the latest item list, which is the what we can call product list. Okay, that's what we send. Okay, that's what we have, and we send it to this latest item list, and now save it. And if you see, boom, we got this information. So these three products are added by this user who log into this particular account. Okay, so these are the three products it's get added. Perfect. Also, if you want to give a header name, you can add the header name. Okay, because we already have the heading. For example, if I add my products, okay, see, okay, but I'm not going to add because we already have at the top. Okay, now whenever I click on this one, okay, so right now nothing is happening. See, because we did not add that navigation over here. So we need to add the product detail stack navigator. Okay, so for example, let's go to this explore screen stack navigation, and this is the stack screen we need to add, okay, to see the product detail screen. So I will copy this one, and let's copy and paste it inside this profile screen tab, right? Because inside the profile screen tab we need it in order to navigate it. Okay, and make sure to import this product detail, and boom. Okay, now if I click on this one, see, it's going or is showing the details, see. Okay, so all of this detail we are able to see now because we added the complete stack navigation, which is contains the profile tab, which is default one, then my products. So this is the, if I go here, this is the my products, and in that we can also go to this product detail screen. If I click on this one, see. Okay, so I hope you understand how we beautifully added it. But the question is now we need to give user option to delete this particular record. Okay, so for example, if I open this record here, instead of send message, we are gonna give option to delete the record. The question is how to do it. Okay, so it's very simple. Let me close all of this tab and let's go to this my product screen. Okay, so inside the latest item list, right, we're gonna send one more variable. Okay, so once we are in the latest item list, where we can say is, or we can add a flag, or maybe we can say something, some variable which is little known full, so that we can update inside the product detail screen. So here we can say user product, okay, is equal to, and then we can add the flag like true or false. Okay, but there is another way we can do it without touching or passing any value. Okay, let's go to this product detail screen. Okay, and first thing we'll do it here to get the user information. So user is equal to user. Okay, now if I scroll down to this button where we added this button, okay, now we can check if this particular post is belong to the current user, then we will show the delete message instead of send message. Okay, and anywhere if you go to this detail screen and that particular post is belong to that particular user, then it will show that delete the button for delete. Okay, so here is very simple. So here I'm gonna add user dot primary email address dot email address matches with the product dot user email. Okay, if that matches, then I'm gonna add a new button over here. Okay, so similar kind of button, let me add it here. Otherwise I'm gonna add the send message button and I will remove from here. Okay, now obviously I'm gonna change to red, and here I'm going to say delete post. Okay, and method call I will change to, and I'll create a new method called delete user post. Okay, I will copy this method name and then I'll create a new method called constant delete user post, this one. Okay, and I will just console for now user post delete click, for example. Okay, and then save everything. Okay, and boom, if you see now this option, this particular post get delete post. If I go back and if I open any of this post, this got delete post. Okay, but let me show you one more thing. If I go any of this post, let's go to this furniture, and if you open this furniture app, for this post is not belong to that the user which log in with this particular one. That's the reason it's not showing this delete post. Okay, but if I go back, is for, let's go to this. Okay, so let's go to this post. See, now this post belong to this particular user, and that's the reason we are showing this delete post. Okay, how beautifully. So it's not necessary to go it from here and delete from my products only. You can even while seeing your post, you have option to delete the post as well. Okay, sounds good, right? If I click on this, you will see on the console that user post delete click is triggered. Okay, now here we're gonna add we're gonna write a method to delete the particular post. So here I'm gonna write alert dot alert, and here we can give the message or title, for example, do you want to delete? Okay, then we'll write a message, for example, are you want to delete this post? Okay, and then we can give option for the button. Okay, so here I'm gonna add title, which is the button title, we can say, and we'll say yes. Okay, and then let me put this in a curly braces. Okay, so let me add in curly braces this title over here, because we want to add two buttons, right, like this. And then we have the on press event to this one as well. colon, and then you can call another method to delete from Firestore, for example. Okay, so this method we will call over here, constant delete from Firebase, like this. Okay, and then another method I'm gonna call, sorry, another button I'm gonna write like this. Oh, sorry. Okay, so it will be cancel, and cancel place, and style will be cancel. Okay, so it has a predefined style, cancel, default, or destructive. Okay, so I'll write cancel, and let's save this one. Okay, so if I click on delete post, it will ask me, do you want to delete this one? Okay, and it has a one button. Okay, I need to add another button. I don't know why it's not showing. Okay, it need to be text actually, not a title. So let's add it now, and if you see, we have the option now. Okay, now here I'm gonna add the console.log and just say deleted, for example. Okay, so once maybe deleted. So once I click yes, okay, it's supposed to delete or call this delete from Firestore method. Okay, so let's test this out. Delete post, say yes, and if you see, it called the method called deleted. Perfect. Now here we need to add a Firestore method to delete the record. Okay, so it's very easy. So you can just search delete doc Firebase. Okay, and search for the documentation. And obviously, first thing you need to define the DB. Okay, and then you can provide the document okay, which you want to delete, sorry, the collection name and the document ID. So now here first we need to write a query to get the exact data. Okay, so constant query is equal to, and then we need to write query, then from the collection. Okay, here we need to provide the DB. So let's define the DB reference over here. Constant DB is equal to get Firestore and then app configuration. Okay, and over here again, so constant DB, here the collection name, comma, the where condition. So in this case, on the title we will fetch the data. If the title is matches, okay, so that only document we are fetching, and then over here we will just provide the title, so product.title. Okay, and now similar way we are doing, so constant snapshot is equal to await get docs, and then we have to provide the query. Okay, here we'll make async because we are using await, which is promise, and then once we have the snapshot, we will use for each loop. We'll say doc, and inside that we will say, we'll call the method called delete doc. Okay, so inside delete doc we need to provide document.reference. Okay, then this is a promise, so we will write then, and then the response. Okay, so inside the console.log we will write the response. Okay, so also as soon as we delete, we will go back. Okay, so over here we'll write a navigation method. Okay, we already have navigation. Let's try to use that one. So navigation dot go back. Okay, so this navigation dot go back is not working. Let me define an over here constant now, I will say, and create navigation. Sorry, not create, use navigation, my bad. Okay, so this now we will use it here to go back. Okay, as soon as we document is deleted, it will go back okay, to the previous screen, and then save it. Now let's try to delete it. So here I will just say deleted the doc. Okay, and now if I click delete doc, it will ask me, do you want to delete? If I say yes, okay, say it will go back. Okay, I need to see delete the doc, but still it's showing here because this data is not get refreshed. Okay, but if I go back inside product and refresh it, now it will show only one. Okay, but we have to make sure it will refresh. Okay, so there is one more method, one more thing I'm going to add. So inside the latest item list, I'm going to add the pull to refresh method. Okay, so in that way you can also get the latest data. So once we delete this post, let's go back to this particular screen. Right here we need to add a event listener so that we'll get to know, okay, this on the screen it comes back from someone else, some other screen. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to add use effect. Inside that we need to add navigation. So whenever the navigation get changed, we'll add a event listener. Okay, so here I'm gonna add navigation, and here I'm gonna write navigation, navigation dot add listener. Okay, and then here we have option called focus. Okay, and then it will return event, and ever I'm just right now I will write the event e. Okay, just to make sure that on the go back it's executing perfectly. Okay, so let's click on this one. Okay, and let's go back, and if you see, we got this target focus. Okay, perfect. uh, Now over here we need to call this particular method as simple as that. So on get user post. Okay, so what it will do, whenever we delete any post, right, obviously we write this navigation box go back, and once it go back to this previous screen, then it will call get user post, which will get the updated post. Okay, and then it will return the new post, so it will obviously avoid the deleted post. Okay, so on this one it will now get the latest post. Okay, so this is how you can handle the event. So guys, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. And obviously, if you face any issue while implementing this application, the source code is in the description. Now here we need to implement this logout functionality. Okay, now for the Explorer and TubeGuruji, you can try on your own. It's very easy. For the Explorer, you can connect to this Explorer tab, and for this link, okay, because we are providing this link over for this particular menu, you can, with the help of linking.open URL, you can open the external URL. Okay, it's up to you how you want to handle you, and you can try on your own. Now let's go to this logout button. So let's go to this profile screen first, and inside the profile screen we have this menu list. And over here I'm gonna just use this name. Okay, I'm not gonna add any path. So here I will write the condition item dot name is equal to logout. Okay, and obviously I will return it. But in order to log out, right, obviously we are using Expo, so let's go to Expo. We are using Expo clerk. Okay, so I will go to this documentation, and if you see on the right side, right, you have option to signing the user out. Okay, so go here, and here you have option to sign out with the user. Okay, it's very easy. You just need to call the sign out, and that's all, nothing else you need to do. Okay, obviously you need to add this use auth first. So let's go ahead and add the use auth. Okay, this use auth will import from this clerk, and then you can call sign out like this. Okay, and then save it, and that's all. You don't need to do anything, guys. Okay, and if you see, there is a example to walk through how they did it and everything. Okay, so obviously I'm not going to sign out for now, but you can try to sign out as well. Okay, so guys, that's all for this particular course. Okay, now let me walk through what we build until this point. Okay, so you will understand what are the content we build. So first thing, obviously we add the clerk authentication, and with the help of social authentication we are able to log into this beautiful application. Then we have this beautiful header section, and then we have the beautiful sliders. Okay, after that we have this category section. We see beautifully how we manage this category. Okay, and obviously we use flat list at many places. Okay, and we depends on the type of data we want to show, we change the or we configure the flat list as well. Then we have this item list where we show all the items. Okay, all the latest items. Then inside the furniture, for example, if I go to this category, where you will see the post in that particular category. Okay, now if you want to see the detail, let's click on that one, and you will see all the details for that particular product. Obviously you can even send a message to that particular user who sent or who posted this particular post or product. Then you can even share this product with your friends, family, or anywhere. Okay, then Not only this, but inside the explore tab we have added a number of, or you will see all the products which all the latest product over here. Okay, then in add post you can obviously even add a new post, okay, to this particular application. Depends on the category, in which category you want to add and everything. Then inside profile tab you can check your product, you can delete or manage your products. Then you have logout button, explore button, and Tuburji button to jump it to other URL or something like that, right? So all of these things we'll learn in this particular course. And obviously for in the backend we use the Firebase, which is completely free, guys. Okay, and everything we learn basic from and this app course was totally the basic. Who is the beginner, they also can develop this beautiful application. So guys, if you really like this video, press like button, press notification bell icon so that you will get update from me. And if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, because we'll get a lot of new content, guys. Okay, so stay tuned and we'll see you in the next video.